Attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good morning and welcome to the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors formal meeting of May 6, 2026. We thank you all for coming. First, let's find out who's here. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you. Good morning. Supervisor Stewart?
Here.
Supervisor Galvin?
Here.
Vice Chair Lesko?
Here.
Supervisor Gallardo?
Here.
Chair Brophy McGee?
Here. We will now proceed with the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Galvin, would you please introduce your guests who will lead us in the invocation and pledge?
Madam Chair, good morning. Absolutely. Thank you very much. We actually have two distinguished guests here today for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Madam Chair, I'd like to welcome Pastor David Wade of Mount Calvary Baptist Church of Mesa and the Mesa Police Chief, Dan Butler. And if I may, Madam Chair, I'd like to make remarks about each of them afterwards. Thank you. Please rise.
Shall we pray? God our Father, how we thank you for a new day. God, our city, our state, and our nation needs your guidance, your direction. Thank you for the time that we spend together as a community, citizens of Arizona. God, I pray for this board, from the chair to every member, that they would lead and guide our city to where you will for it to be. We thank you that you have given us a new opportunity to get something straight, that we remember our children and our seasoned adults. Bless each and every one of us today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Good morning. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Born and unborn.
Thank you. Supervisor Galvin.
Madam Chair, thank you. I am proud to represent Mesa on the County Board of Supervisors. And I always love to say, and I really mean it, that Mesa, I believe, is the most dynamic city in the Valley. So it is really special for me to not have one, but two special guests today. And I'd like to point out that Pastor David Wade and Chief Butler have a great relationship with each other, both in a personal terms and professional terms, each of them working together on a daily basis for the betterment of the city. Police Chief Dan Butler, Madam Chair, is an accomplished law enforcement leader who began his career of distinguished service with the Mesa Police Department in the year 2000. He has served in most areas of the department and in every rank leading up to most recent appointment as Chief of Police. Throughout his career, Dan Butler has demonstrated exceptional leadership, ensuring operational excellence and the well-being of the department and its officers. Dan has displayed a key role in managing over $100 million in three major capital improvement projects, enhancing the department's infrastructure and public safety capabilities. His strategic leadership ensured these initiatives were completed on time, within budget, and with lasting value for the community. A highly educated professional, Chief Butler holds a Master of Administration degree from Northern Arizona University with a focus on leadership. In addition, he has completed several prestigious law enforcement leadership programs. With his extensive experience, dedication to operational excellence, and commitment to public safety, Chief Butler is poised to continue driving positive change and reinforcing the Mesa Police Department's mission of policing excellence. And for a point of personal knowledge on my part, I am really appreciative of Chief Butler, who I appointed a couple of years ago to our Public Safety Committee, and he is consistently always seeing what he can do to not only help Mesa, but to help the Valley and Maricopa County. And Chief Butler, thank you for your service to that very important Public Safety Committee. Pastor Wade, good morning. Pastor Wade is proud to be a third-generation proclaimer of the gospel. He joined Mount Calvary Baptist Church on March 30th, 1999. Pastor Wade serves as treasurer of the Ministers Division and is past co-chair for the Late Night Board of the National Baptist Convention USA. Pastor Wade is a United Way board member, and he also serves as a board member for First Things First, which is a foundation developing quality early childcare. Evangelism and discipleship have been Pastor Wade's passion, and he makes certain that the congregation of Mount Calvary knows how to share Jesus with joy. And Madam Chair, not only does Pastor Wade serve his community and serve his church, but he has served the state of Arizona in a wide variety of ways. And I know, Pastor Wade, that your name is well known throughout every corner of the state. And I know that you do everything you can when you wake up to help your fellow brothers and sisters in Jesus. And so I just want to ask everyone here to show appreciation for Chief Butler and Pastor Wade for their service to our community, to our county, and to our state. Thank you both. And also want to highlight, Madam Chair, that the Chief brought a couple of other guests with him, including someone who's visiting us from Dallas, Texas. So I want to say welcome as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Galvin, and welcome to the county. We will now proceed to the Pet Showcase by Maricopa County Animal Care and Control. Kim.
Good morning. Today I have Funfetti with me. She is 1 year old, and her breed, well, honestly, your guess is as good as ours. Possibly part cattle dog, pitty, Australian shepherd. There might be some red panda in there from what it looks like as well. She arrived at the shelter about a week ago. She was actually found tied to a pole outside of a gas station by Phoenix police, so they brought her to us. But she does seem like she was well loved and well trained for at some point. She does have some high energy. As you can imagine with the name Funfetti, she got that for a reason. She is very fun. She does have that puppy-like energy. She's only 1 year old, so she still has that energy about her. She does pull on the leash quite a bit, I won't lie, but that is something that can easily be trained out of her. So just someone who can work with her would be best. But she does sit for treats. She can also catch them in the air, so she's already on her way to being a really great dog. And she's very loving as well, and apparently really itchy with this harness on. Her adoption fee is waived until May 17th, thanks to the Bissell Pet Foundation.
Thank you, Kim, and thank you, Funfetti. We appreciate your addition to this meeting. There's a home there for you somewhere.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or corrections to the agenda?
Madam Chair, I do have one announcement.
Please.
On page 20, item 13D, that is road file 6033, and it was set to be heard today. That item is being withdrawn. That's item number 13D. Page 20.
Thank you very much. So if board members would note that when we get to that part of the agenda, I appreciate it. Okay. Now we will proceed to the presentation of the 2026 Maricopa County Stormwater Pollution Prevention Poster Contest. Say that fast, 18 times. But no, this is a wonderful event, and Andy Linton, I will turn this over to you. Please introduce yourself for the audience.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Andy Linton. I'm Director for Maricopa County's Environmental Services Department, and I'm very excited and pleased to present the winners of this year's Stormwater Pollution Prevention Contest. This is the 17th year that we've held this contest, so many of our early participants are now adults, hopefully spreading the knowledge of stormwater pollution prevention. This year's theme is Clean Water for Arizona Wildlife. The contest is open to students 3rd through 6th grade all across Maricopa County. The winners are chosen in 2 categories, 3rd and 4th graders and 5th and 6th graders. County staff then vote on the posters based on style, originality, and how they've represented the theme. Winners are featured in the annual calendar and receive prizes from our sponsors. Next slide, please. And next slide. This year, we received over 500 entries from 22 schools. I'd like to recognize our manager of our stormwater program, Autumn Martinez, and our outreach specialist, Kristen Homuth, who do a fantastic job raising awareness about and promoting participation in this contest. And now the most exciting part of my presentation today is announcement of our winners. In our first category, our 3rd and 4th graders, in first place we have Tapaswi Shriram, from a 4th grader from CTA Independence. In second place, we have Margot Martin, a fourth grader from North Ranch Elementary. And I appreciate Margot reminding me that the T in Margot is silent, so that's one name that I get correct today. In third place, we have Kabir Chauhan, a fourth grader from CTA Independence. And in our next category of fifth and sixth graders, our first place winner is Stella Kate Vieski, a fifth grader from Palm Valley Elementary. In second place, Gabriel Zhao, a fifth grader from CTA Independence. And in third place, Lindsay Essman, a sixth grader from Lumos Arts Academy. We want to give a huge congratulations to our winners. And express our thanks to our sponsors who provided some of the prizes, including the Phoenix Herpetological Sanctuary, the Phoenix Art Museum, the Desert Botanical Garden, Bearizona, the Maricopa County Library District, Maricopa County Parks and Recreation, Arizona State Parks and Trails, Wildlife World Zoo Aquarium and Safari Park, and Liberty Wildlife. Thanks you once again to everyone who contributed to making this year's contest a tremendous success. And Madam Chair, we would like the winners to come down with your permission to take a photo with the board.
Thank you very much. Winners, please come forward. And congratulations.
Congratulations, all. Good job. Hi, what's your name?
Okay.
I'm sorry? Yes.
So you're invited to get something extra for you too. Congratulations, okay? I love your posters. What's your name? Gabriel, nice to meet you. What grade are you in? Congratulations, good job. Fourth grade? What's your name? Here? Here. Fourth grade. Nice to meet you too. Nice job. Congratulations. What's your name? Nice to meet you. What grade are you in? Beautiful. What's your name? Margot. Nice to meet you. Congratulations. Third, fourth, fifth, and sixth.
I'd like to see that, and if it looks a little too hard, just have you move forward and not be on the right.
Stand just a little bit closer to the center and take a couple steps that way. Mark, move down a little bit. Shift. Everyone look right here. That works better for you. Don't have me here.
Alright, and then go ahead and grab one. I'll take a few actually, just to make sure everyone's eyes are open. Look in this camera. Right smile, big eyes open. Beautiful. Are there any other combinations?
Keep the supervisors and the students up there. We'll take just a couple more photos, please. All right, so let's take a couple of steps for this one. All right. Do you want me to do it? Yeah, we could do one with the teachers too. We'll have teachers come first and then we'll different ones. Well, I guess let's do this one first.
This one, we'll go ahead
Yeah,
and take it
exactly.
I know it's gonna feel funny. Can I have you just take it?
All right. Big smiles.
Okay, so teachers get that one right off.
Students, if you could take one step that way, just to be a little more centered.
And I know it feels funny, but just a little bit closer to each other.
Think sardines, squished a little bit.
Perfect. Yeah, that works.
Great.
I'll let it.
Okay, really quick smile.
Go ahead and grab that one. Have you look in here? Big smile. Eyes open. I take a bunch because you never know. Couple more. Any other
I think we're all ready. Thank you so much.
congratulations.
Oh, yes. Feel free to take your seats. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. This is for you. Come here, Taylor, we'll take our picture. This is a certificate from my office, okay? Over here. I'll hold it.
Actually, let's have you switch. The rest of you are welcome to sit down if you'd like. Thank you so much, guys.
Congratulations. Have a great day.
May I also get that picture?
Okay, here we go. You get the seal in the background.
Yes, got it. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Take care. Have a great day. Good job.
Congratulations.
Taylor, thank you. All the parents, congratulations. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, good morning.
Good job. Good morning. Good morning.
So thank you to all the families, students, these wonderful artists who entered this contest and who came here today to see to be honored. And we so appreciate you. I will open the floor for comments from individual board members.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Galvin.
been doing this now for 5 years, and I'm always amazed and impressed by the posters that I see, the originality and the creativity from the kids. But these posters this year really blew me away, and all of the winners are deserving. But there were, frankly, many other great posters that we saw here in the hallway right here behind us in the building for Maricopa County. And I just want to congratulate and thank all of the students that participated and spent time working on their posters. And also just really good that we're raising awareness of this issue, raising awareness of taking care of our community, taking care of our environment. It's a cliche, but children are the future, but it's really good that we make children think about and learn about their surroundings and being good and kind to one another and being good and kind to our town and to our planet. And I just want to thank you kids. You guys did the hard work, and you deserve the accolades that you received today, but also want to congratulate your parents for coming in here. Can tell everyone here is bursting with pride, and you should be, and really want to see and know that we're going to see your kids do great and amazing things in this world, and maybe one of them will be sitting here one day as well. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Lesko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to say thank you to our Environmental Services Department, specifically Amanda Bond and her team for sponsoring this and hosting this stormwater poster contest. I really am proud to recognize Stella Viesky, a 5th grader from Palm Valley Elementary, which is located in Goodyear, which is in my district, the West Valley, for earning 1st place among the 5th and 6th grade students. To Stella's parents, congratulations on raising a talented young daughter. I also had 2 other students from my district whose artwork will be featured in this year's calendar. Everleigh Faith Groff, a 6th grader from Freedom Traditional Academy, and Rita Lynn, a 4th grader from Sierra Verde. Congratulations to both of you. And thank you to our staff. I think we had 500 students that tried to win this competition, and so you guys are among the elite that are the winners, and our staff went through 500, and we also voted on it. All of the board members voted on it, and then the other day we had 300 students that participated in an essay contest. So thank you to our staff for really getting the community and students involved.
Thank you. Supervisor Gallardo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just kind of echoing comments made by my fellow colleagues. Just a big congratulations to all our students that participated. Anytime that we can partner, I'm a big collaborator. I believe in collaborating on everything, but anytime we're able to collaborate with our educational systems out there, let it be our public schools, our academies, all of them, to be able to do something that is not only fun but educational, to really talk about what pollution is and why we take it serious. So anytime you can do something that's educational and fun, it's a big plus. And to be able to have our honorees come before us is always big. And so just congratulations not only to the students, all the teachers that work together. I know all the hard work the teachers put in, the love and passion they have in educating our young people. And when you're looking at an issue that's so serious like pollution, and really to have our young minds thinking about it is always a big plus. So thank you to all our winners and teachers, and great job, everyone. Good job.
Thank you. Supervisor Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wow, I remember when we were looking at all the posters down in the hallway, and the talent that's coming up in this generation is amazing. But I'm absolutely impressed by the young people that are here today. The politeness and the firm handshakes, that was impressive. So I want to thank the parents and the teachers for getting your kids ready, not only for their jobs in the future, but also giving exposure to the arts. That's so important for creativity. So great job, kids, and thanks for being here.
And thank you. And I would like to give a shout out to Margot, T is silent, Margot Martin and Jensen Kiggins from my district. And we are so appreciative of everyone's participating today. This is an outstanding contest, and it's only my second time through, but I look forward to it. Thank you. So we will now proceed with the business of the county, kind of through with the fun stuff. And those of you who would like to can leave, but we'd love for you to stay if you so choose. Thank you. I will start with the rules of decorum for public meetings and constructive participation in the process. Please understand it's the intent of the members of the Board of Supervisors to follow orderly procedures for conducting business. The chair of the Board of Supervisors has the authority to maintain order and professional standards during open meetings and may enforce the following rules, and remembering that those disregarding the rules will be subject to removal. Attendees should remain seated during an open meeting. This minimizes distractions to the board or other attendees. And no person attending an open meeting shall engage in disorderly or boisterous conduct, including but not limited to applause, whistling, stamping of feet, booing, or making any loud, threatening, profane, abusive, personal, impertinent, or slanderous utterances that disturbs, disrupts, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. No disparaging other speakers. We want to hear from you. We want to know what your opinion is, not your opinion of the person who spoke before. We want to hear from you. So with that, we will proceed then to the planning and zoning part of the agenda. Items 6, 7, and 8. This is the consent agenda. Supervisors, do any of you wish to remove any of these items off the consent agenda for further discussion? Hearing none,
Madam Chair,
please.
just want to make sure, on item number 52.
I'm sorry, I'm just referencing 6, 7, and 8.
The planning and zoning, got it, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So you're good? Okay. Madam Vice Chair, is there a motion, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we approve items 6 through 8.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We will now move to the regular agenda for planning and zoning Project Bacara, which is, I understand, Madam Clerk, we have speaker forms.
Madam Chair, yes, we do have speaker forms for this item number 9.
Okay. And with that, I'd like to ask Mr. Ellsworth and Mr. Gerard to come forward and make a brief presentation and answer any questions from board members. And if you would be so kind, when you get to the microphone, eventually, and please introduce yourself to the audience.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Tom Ellsworth. I'm the director for the Planning and Development Department at Maricopa County. And I have with me Darren Gerard, who is our planning manager within our department.
Okay, please proceed.
All right. Madam Chair, this request is MCP 250007. It's known as Project Bacara. This request is specifically for a military compatibility permit for approximately 160 acres located north of Olive Avenue, about 1/2 mile west of Litchfield Road in the West Glendale area. The request is specifically to allow industrial land uses, including a natural gas power generation facility, data center buildings, a substation, fuel storage, parking and screening, and security improvements. The site is currently zoned Industrial 3 within the Military Airport and Ancillary Military Facility Overlay District. Specifically, it is also within Luke Air Force Base's high noise area, including the 75 to 80 LDN noise contours. Within this overlay area, new residential development is prohibited, and any non-residential development does require the approval of a military compatibility permit. This request does not approve a final site plan or construction plans. It is limited to establishing the permitted land uses and related development standards. The compatibility review is governed by state statute and the Maricopa County zoning ordinance. Both these sections are intended to ensure that the development near Luke Air Force Base is compatible with ongoing military operations. Specifically in ARS section 288481, there's a land use compatibility table. The statute also includes a footnote within that section that says items that are not listed are presumed to be incompatible. However, if the county and the military airport mutually agree that an individual use is compatible and consistent with the high noise or accident potential of the military airport, that use is presumed to be compatible. That's the process that was used here. Through coordination and multiple meetings with Luke Air Force Base, staff and the applicant worked together through the issues that would need to be addressed for this use to be considered compatible with the operations of the Air Force Base. Although Luke Air Force Base is not the final approval authority, its review is central to the county's compatibility determination. In a letter from the Air Force Base dated March 13th, 2026, the proposed development they stated that the proposed development is not compatible and consistent with Luke's operations unless listed conditions are met. Luke identified mission-related conditions that must be addressed to preserve compatibility with the base operations. This statement's important. It means compatibility is conditional. The project must satisfy Luke's requirements, and staff has incorporated those requirements into the conditions of approval. Those conditions include related items related to electromagnetic and radio frequency interference, airspace and communications, lighting and glare, exhaust plume impacts, air quality, fire protection, fuel system design, and a few others. Staff has included those requirements as conditions of approval. Specifically, there's a condition of approval requiring the submittal of a military compatibility compliance report with a specific plan of development. It's important to note that the military compatibility permit approves the land uses and the design standards. The specific plan of development with the details of that plan are subject to these conditions and would be subject to future review by the Planning Commission and this board if the project were to continue on through Maricopa County. Should be noted that at the current time, the applicant is in discussions with a pre-annexation development agreement with the city of Glendale and his intention to develop the project and construct the project within Glendale. However, it stays in Maricopa County, these conditions would apply. The military compatibility compliance report would be a required item as far as that review, as far as the review of the plan of development. As far as the MCP, the applicant also is proposing development standards tailored to the use. That includes a maximum 72-foot high height limit for the turbine stacks, 150-foot setback from the property lines for the turbines, 75-foot minimum building setbacks, modified parking ratios, and screening requirements. Skipping through what I've already gone through. Let's see. There's been significant amount of public outreach and comment on this project. As of last night, we have received unique comments from 553 individuals and in opposition and 5 comments in support. That count does not include a change.org petition that include thousands of signatures. Staff did prepare the opposition maps on April 30th. At that time, there were 226 in opposition, and so these maps that are do not include the update from last night's count of an additional 205 opposition. Most of the opposition is coming from the Surprise area, from the neighbors to half mile to a mile to the north. The concerns that were cited are air quality, noise, water use, visual impacts, health concerns, and compatibility with Luke Air Force Base. There was no opposition within the 300-foot site limitation, so there is no requirement for a supermajority vote. The Planning and Zoning Commission heard the case on April 9th and voted 7-0 to recommend approval subject to the conditions. Their findings stated the site is already designated for heavy industrial use. It is adjacent to existing industrial development. It is an area where new residential development is prohibited, and it is subject to the Luke Air Force Base compatibility conditions. So with that, the commission was recommending approval with a vote of 7-0, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And before we proceed to questions from the board, Mr. McNeely, if you would please come forward. He will address any questions as relates to air quality. And my apologies for not calling you forward with Mr. Ellsworth and company. Can you please introduce yourself for the audience?
And Madam Chair, I'm Philip McNeely, the Director of the Maricopa County Air Quality Department.
Thank you, sir, and welcome. Questions for staff from the board. Vice Chair Lesko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When this project was first brought before me by the applicant, I asked them, is the Luke Air Force Base okay with this? Because that's what we're here to talk about today, military compatibility. And I told them, if Luke is against it, I'll be against it. And so my understanding is they spoke with Luke Air Force Base. The conditions, can you go through some of the conditions that Luke Air Force Base has requested and said that it would be compatible if these conditions are met? You know, you don't have to say all of it, but the headlines of what Luke was concerned about.
I'll try to find the exact condition.
Mr. Ellsworth.
So in the conditions of approval, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Lesko, condition number H outlines the specific conditions that the Luke Air Force Base was involved in through their comments in ensuring that we're part of those conditions. Again, they're requiring a technical analysis on electromagnetic interference, airspace communications, specifically an analysis requiring a spectrum analysis and any FCC authorizations demonstrating compliance. anything to do with visibility, lighting, and exhaust plume impacts, compliance with air quality, fire protection and hazard mitigation, fuel system design, review by the Department of Defense Siting Clearinghouse, and sound attenuation and notification measures. All of these were stipulated to be in condition, and they were further stipulated that they would be part of that military compatibility compliance report to ensure compatibility. So as that comes in, staff will be looking for that report. We will review the report for compliance with these conditions in coordination with Luke Air Force Base to their satisfaction before we were to bring that plan of development forward to this body.
And Madam Chair and Mr. Ellsworth, is it your understanding that Luke, it's my understanding that the applicant responded to all these Luke's conditions with answers of how they're going to fulfill the conditions. In your talking with Luke Air Force Base, do you believe they are satisfied that the conditions will be met?
In the many meetings we've had with Luke and with the applicant, we've gone over each of these conditions. We've gone over their response and reply to us. They are satisfied that in working with the applicant, they could meet these conditions.
And it's my understanding, Madam Chair and Mr. Ellsworth, that the City of Glendale recently voted unanimously for a pre-annexation of this property, which would take this property into their city limits. So can you tell me how this works? So let's say they annex it. Is the City of Glendale then the one that determines that all of these conditions that Luke Air Force Base wants will be met?
Correct. So as part of the entitlement of the property, the zoning, currently the property is in unincorporated Maricopa County. So as property is zoned, we're looking for the infrastructure improvements and the conditions that would be required for development to occur. Part of those conditions require some of the utilities coming from the City of Glendale. So they're working on that preliminary annexation development agreement with Glendale. When an annexation occurs, a municipality is required by state statute to adopt zoning that is not more intense than what is permissible within the county immediately prior to annexation. As part of those comparable zoning requirements, typically what a municipality will do is adopt exactly what was approved in Maricopa County. So as part of that, the entitlement that goes with this from the county to the city would include these conditions, and compatibility with Luke Air Force Base would still be a requirement there. I'm also aware that the City of Glendale has compatibility requirements themselves with the Air Force.
Thank you for that answer. I do have a question on the air quality conditions.
Vice Chair.
Is that something that our department would make sure that those conditions are met, even if it was annexed by Glendale?
Madam Chair McGee and Vice Chair Lesko, that's correct. The Maricopa County Air Quality Department will retain authority over the air permit no matter where the jurisdiction goes with the planning and development or Glendale.
Thank you very much. And Madam Chair, I have another question for Mr. Ellsworth. What is the current zoning on the majority of this property? My understanding is it's heavy industrial is the current zoning. And what other types of projects would be allowed to go in heavy industrial?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Lesko, that's correct. The current zoning on probably 95% of the property is industrial 3. There is some rural 43 underlying zoning that's along the railroad edge and along the immediate corners, but it's primarily heavy industrial uses, and specifically IND3, which is the most intense industrial zoning you can have in Maricopa County. So items that we typically see in an IND3 zoning would include manufacturing, warehousing. It would include items such as data centers. It would include power generation. Power generation is actually allowed by right on the site. So the interesting thing to note about the existing zoning is if the Air Force Base weren't in existence requiring the military compatibility permit, the IND3 zoning does allow the data center and the power generation facility currently today.
Yeah, and thank you, Madam Chair. And I think that's important for the public to understand, is that it's already zoned heavy industrial, and that because Luke Air Force Base is there, that's why we're going through this to see if it's compatible with the military base. I guess my question, and I know that it's subjective, is do you believe it's realistic to think that this is going to continue to be vacant land or farmland, considering that there's industrial basically surrounding this property?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Lesko, that's correct. A non-subjective view of it, it is surrounded by industrial development. It is in the Air Force Base noise and accident, or the high noise contour areas. This would not be a site that would develop towards residential uses or even high occupancy type uses. With the surrounding and the context of the surrounding industrial zoning that's already occurred on the site, it would be reasonable to assume that it would not remain vacant and would ultimately develop with some type of industrial use.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have for now.
Thank you. Do other, Supervisor Galvin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of questions through the chair. Mr. Ellsworth, this is not a rezoning case, correct?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Galvin, that's correct. It's a zoning request for a military compatibility permit. So
Okay.
It follows that same entitlement process. In essence, it is an entitlement in that it is approving compatible land uses.
Okay, so if someone argued, let's say, that there would be different or more appropriate uses for this site, including residential would not be allowed to be built here, correct?
That is correct.
What about small commercial?
Small commercial in the industrial 3 zoning, small commercial, as long as it would still have to go through the military compatibility permit process, as long as it was deemed compatible through use and compatibility determination from the Air Force Base, they would follow the same process.
Okay, and could you please walk me through why residential would not be allowed here within this zone that requires a military compatibility permit?
Yes. So per state statute, there's a land use compatibility table in statute 8481. I got it right. 8481 that we have also adopted into our zoning ordinance. Within that, it would list certain land uses per noise contour. So the noise contours are the day-night average noise levels experienced by the overflights from the Air Force Base. Specifically in this area, it is between the 75 and 80 decibel range. Within that range, it's clearly stating that there is no permissible residential use inside this noise contour. So per statute, this would not be admissible for any residential development.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Galvin. Do the other board members have questions? Supervisor Gallardo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just so I know, very familiar with the West Valley, and particularly Luke and the protections we have around the base and so on. Help me understand. So there was the March 13th letter that addressed, and I get it. Luke is not going to weigh in support or opposition. They're going to stay neutral. I get that. But they're going to lay out concerns. And I think it was the March 13th letter that says, here are our thoughts. And correct me if I'm wrong, there has been conversations that the county has had directly with Luke in regards to this. Have they submitted, not in support or opposition, anything in writing that says their concerns have been addressed? In writing. Has there been anything? I mean, because what I heard at the beginning is that because of statute, and I get it, there are statutory requirements we have to follow, that as long as we address the concerns, we're operating under the assumption that they're okay? Is that correct?
So Madam Chair, Supervisor Gallardo, so there has been significant amount of communication back and forth with Luke going back to the fall with the initial review of this. And a lot of discussion about the term utility versus power generation. And as that came forward, and as there was many meetings discussing what the actual use was, how it was related, how it relates to state statute, it was formulated into what the statute's requiring, what is it considered a utility, what are the specific things that the Air Force would need to deem necessary to deem it compatible. So through all of that, there were at least 3 different iterations of the use and compatibility determination letter that came back with corrections. The latest version that we had from March 13th, where they're saying that that they would consider this a utility and incompatible unless they meet certain conditions, as Luke putting it in writing, the conditions that would be necessary for them to accept it compatibility. And then we worked with them on the wording of the conditions of what would we need to for the applicant to show us as they come forward with their specific plans that would guarantee that we are reviewing against compliance with those. So the direct answer to your question is no, there is not a direct letter of response, but there's been many conversations that lead to the direct response that Luke is aware of the conditions and has been satisfied that they would result in compatibility.
And Madam Chair,
Please.
Hypothetically, if let's say it is given a go today, they move forward, and if those requirements are not met, what happens? I mean, because we're talking national defense here. We're talking Luke. I'm not talking about, a neighborhood. We're talking national defense. That's why I really want to look at this really serious. What happens and what's the recourse if those are not met?
So, Madam Chair, Supervisor Gallardo, the recourse would be that this is a condition of approval of the military compatibility permit through the review of the plan of development or the construction documents themselves. It would be deemed not in compliance with the MCP, and they would not receive building permits. So they would not be able to construct it. Throughout the course of the life of the project, if they were to be deemed not in compliance, they would be in violation of the zoning of the property and would be subject to legal.
By the county or by?
Well, if it stays in the county,
state?
it would be through the county, and it would be through or through Glendale, whichever the jurisdiction is at the time.
Okay. And Madam Chair, one other question. Go ahead, air quality. And help me understand this. For air quality, these are 2 different processes, correct? I'm getting that? There are 2 different processes. Have we completed the air quality side of this whole project? Has that been addressed?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Supervisor Gallardo, we received a permit on August 7th, 2025 for this project. We had a draft permit issued on March 4th, and we had public comment, which ended on April 8th, and we had a public hearing. So currently we are preparing a responsive summary, and we anticipate in a couple of weeks to be submitting this to EPA, and they have a 45-day review. But we anticipate EPA approving the permit because they've met all of the applicable regulations. And
Madam Chair, once again, hypothetically, because we're talking Luke here now too. Once again, what happens if EPA, if they come out and say deny this or have concerns or whatever? I'm not even that familiar with the EPA process, to be honest. What happens in that case?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Supervisor Gallardo, EPA can have comments, and then we would be asked to address those comments if EPA has them. But typically, we work them through, and eventually, unless it's completely a permit that doesn't follow the regulations, which this one does, it eventually will get approved.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Stewart? Good. Mr. Ellsworth.
Madam Chair, Mr. Gerard just reminded me that the Attorney General's office also gets involved with the enforcement of the state statute under compatibility for the military airports.
Supervisor Gallardo.
And Madam Chair, because I did listen to the P&Z hearing. A long hearing, but I listened. It was good. It was. I'm getting educated here. Because this is pretty technical, and I'm learning as well. There was a comment, and maybe it's by one of the speakers, if they intended to file a complaint with the Attorney General's office, do we know if that ever happened in violation of the statute and the compliance stuff?
So, Madam Chair,
We know that?
Supervisor Gayoder, I am not aware of any complaint filed with the Attorney General's office.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Please remain seated in the event there are more questions, gentlemen. I will now ask Madam Clerk about speaker forms received for this item. And is the applicant represented here? Thank you. We will start with a summary from you. It will be 4 minutes, sir. And then you will have also 4 minutes for any rebuttal or clarification following public testimony. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ed Bull, 1850 North Central Avenue. I'm here representing Bacara Eagle Land. That's really made up of Montera. Here from Montera is Craig Pennington, who's their Chief Technical Officer, and others. Also, it's made up of Tacanic. Here from Tacanic is their COO, Kevin Kroll, and a number of others. We also have, if needed in response to questions, a variety of engineering experts and scientific experts dealing with air and other kinds of issues. As you know from this slide, we very much appreciate your Planning Commission's 7-0 approval, your staff's recommendation for approval. That's backstopped by Luke's letter of compatibility. There's stipulations A through P. We accept every one of them and request that your board approve, subject to conditions A through P. Next slide. When we look at this particular slide, the Bacara site is the approximately 160 acres that's baby blue. You'll see that it is predominantly, all but the very edges, as Mr. Ellsworth's indicated, is within the 80 noise contour. It's the noisiest non-noise contour around Luke. The accident potential zones are colored red, orange, and yellow. We're not in an APZ. To the right-hand side of this slide shows the basic land use bubble plan for the 160 acres. The green area is the data center acreage. The yellow is the electrical generation acreage, and the blue is a future APS substation. Next slide, please. One of the things that staff stressed in their report and was discussed quite a bit at the Planning Commission is what is the land use plan for this area. As you'll see through not only the county, but Surprise, Glendale, El Mirage, all have recognized for 25 years or so that this area is most strongly influenced by Luke Air Force Base, and in their own terminology have limited land uses to what's deemed compatible with Luke. That's exactly where we fit. As staff report indicates, no new residential can be built in the area. A variety of other high population type retail uses and so on couldn't be built in the area. As you know, as some of you may recall, when we came in a few years ago and worked with you on a military compatibility permit and ultimately then zoning, same process as this for Wolf Logistics Center to the immediately west, to Reams Ranch to the south and southwest. All these went through the same process to determine Luke compatibility. The next slide, please. This is just a graphic that touches on what Mr. Ellsworth indicated. This site's been zoned Industrial 3 for 25 years. It's not just Industrial 3, it has an IUPD that allows up to 180 feet in height. Our tallest improvement is 72 feet. We also are agreeing to set those improvements back 50 feet from any property line. 50 feet from any property line, 150 feet for the turbines. Next slide, please. This one shows some of the development in the area. If you're there with any frequency, you've seen a tremendous amount of industrial development occur in the area. Next slide, please. A massive amount of neighborhood outreach was done with various mailings, meetings, and so on and so forth over the course of the last year or so. Want me to stop?
Would you care to summarize, sir?
Can we skip forward to slide 10, please, which simply touches on, in addition to this process, it also went through the line siting committee and was found to be received a certificate of environmental compatibility. If you skip to 11, you'll see a whole number of things that's summarized from your staff report about why this is the right use in the right location. If we can jump to slide 12, please, which is the conclusion slide. This is the right use. It is deemed compatible with Luke. We received Luke's conditions, and the CEO immediately responded in writing, accepting all of those stipulations. It's a huge investment in the county. It is a part of what we need to not only operate as citizens, but operate as a part of our country's economy and national defense and so on and so forth. We request your approval subject to stipulations A through P.
Thank you, sir. And you will have an additional 4 minutes following public participation.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk. Oh, are there any questions for Mr. Bull? Please, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bull, I do have some questions. How is your client going to ensure that all of Luke Air Force Base concerns that they spelled out are going to be met, and as well as the conditions in this permit?
A number of layers of protection. As you know, the conditions, as Mr. Ellsworth indicated, say essentially if we're not in compliance with those conditions and requirements, we don't get a building permit. If we have a building permit and we built it and we're operating and we're not in compliance with those conditions and requirements, that's deemed a violation and we get shut down. That's on the county level or the Glendale level, and I expect the same would be true on the Air Quality Control District level, where they too have enforcement abilities. If we're not abiding by what we need, what we've agreed to, and what's set forth in your staff report, I anticipate that Luke would say, you're not getting a permit. The county would say you're not getting a permit. Glendale would say you're not getting a permit. So there's laminated layers of protection to make sure that we not just put it in a letter signed by one of our CEOs, but that we in fact have to honor those conditions and requirements to build the facility and to operate the facility.
And Madam Chair, and Vice Chair. So I think I hear you saying that, let's say after the energy plant is built, and if there's emissions that somehow cause problems with the Air Force pilots, which was one of the concerns that was brought forth by Luke Air Force Base, that then the project would be shut down.
It'd go through, I think really what would occur would, Luke would say to the county or Glendale or to Project Picara, we have a problem. What is it? And it would be cure the problem, figure it out, take care of it, or we're shutting you down.
Okay.
I do believe there'd be an opportunity for notice and cure.
Thank you. The other question I had, Madam Chair, is you've been involved in zoning for a long time, and so I want to pick your brain, your expertise. This is already zoned, for the most part, Industrial 3, heavy industrial. I've talked to some of the people that live in that area and that have been there, and they said that in the past there was some type of post-grain company was going to buy the property and put in rails, and something also about an ethanol plant being put in. And so I guess what I want to hear, for the public to hear are, what are other things that could be put in this place? Because a lot of the people that I've read their letters, they're concerned about different things, correct? But I would assume that most of them just want the land to stay the way that it is. But I want to understand what could be put in there now. What other things? Is there anything more egregious that could be put in there right now with heavy industrial?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, could I ask to pull up 2 or 3 slides to help answer
Please.
that question? If we could go first, please, to slide 26. As Mr. Ellsworth indicated, and as we've discussed, the site is zoned Industrial 3 with an IUPD. It's been zoned that way since 1999. This slide 26, there you go.
Madam Chair, we don't have these slides on our screens right here in front of us. Oh,
So
there
could we
Now
go
we
back to the first one? Thank you.
So this slide simply includes some representative examples of types of uses that can be included in Industrial 3, just straight Industrial 3 without getting into the IUPD. As Mr. Ellsworth indicated, Industrial 3 is the most intense zoning district that exists anywhere in Maricopa County. So you can see things like experimental and proving grounds. Those tend to be pretty active and pretty noisy. Truck terminals, warehousing, storage, meat processing, general industrial, so on and so forth. And you come down to the very bottom. Last item is public utilities and generating plants. As Mr. Ellsworth indicated, it's because of the proximity that Luke Air Force Base that we're going through this process because of the phrase utility. But for the proximity of Luke, a utility could occur on this site as of right without rezoning. I'd like to also, if I may, go to slide 14. And this is one that Mr. Ellsworth and and Mr. Gerard and I have talked about, and that slide 14 is this table straight out of the state statute, the 8481 table that people talk about. And it can be a little confusing. Reading across the top, you'll see various noise contours. We're in the one that we've highlighted yellow, which is 80 to 84. You go down that column toward the bottom, and you'll see utilities is not permitted in the 80 noise contour unless, as Mr. Ellsworth indicated, Luke Air Force Base and the county, based upon the particular characteristics of that particular use on that particular site, make a determination that it will be compatible. That's where these additional conditions and requirements come in. What is an absolute mystery to me is if you drop down another column down there to the bottom where we've highlighted a couple things, baby blue, it says other utilities are permitted in this same noise contour that we're in. I don't know what that means, other than it seems like the legislative drafters were thinking there's some kind of an utility that would be appropriate in this contour. But to further mystify this table, if you go up one and you see utilities and you see what we've highlighted in green, the yes, 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 I can't speak for where every opponent lives, but I believe that most people who are anywhere proximate to the site live in the 75 or 70, maybe 65 noise contour. What this table says is that a utility could be built in those noise contours without question and without additional conditions and without additional requirements. So I'm sure that someone 25 years ago could explain this table better than I can try to explain it looking back on it, but I find it telling that that utilities are permitted essentially as a matter of right in the neighborhoods as we go further out from Luke Air Force Base. There's other things I could go into in some of these slides if you want, but I hope that paints a general picture of what normally is allowed under Industrial 3. On this particular site, because it's Industrial 3 IUPD that allows up to, through that IUPD, and this is on slide 5, it allowed up to 180 feet in building height. And that was for grain silos to be used in conjunction with a then proposed ethanol plant. Our highest height is 72 feet, which is only 40% of the height that's permitted on this site today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no questions right now.
Thank you. Do any of the board members have questions for Mr. Bull?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Gallardo.
Thank you. And you've probably been asked this question a million times, but I got to ask it. I mean, I understand the intent is to be annexed through the city of Glendale. Why not go through that annexation first before moving forward?
Madam Chair, Supervisor, to begin with, a military compatibility permit is available only through the county's processes. It's not available in any city that I'm aware of. Secondly, I think I mentioned that we had the opportunity to work on the Layton Logistics Park, which is immediately west of us, that has all kinds of industrial developments occurred in the last few years and much more to come. We went through this same exact process there, where we went through the military compatibility permit. The county went to Glendale to process the site plan, plans review, building permits, inspections, all of that kind of stuff. We did the same exact thing for Reams Ranch, which is a 300 or so acre industrial development to the southwest. It's a process that we could get into a legal discussion, I suppose, if you wanted, about what would we do if we were already annexed into Glendale. Well, we'd just process a zoning case through Glendale. But we're in the county, so we need to go through the military compatibility permit process. We don't absolutely have to annex into Glendale, but because of various services and other kinds of things available through a city that's not available through the county, that's the best option to proceed under. We know that process works because we've done it multiple times. County staff knows it works because they've done it multiple times. And the city of Glendale knows it works because they've done it multiple times.
Thank you. Thank you. Stand by, Mr. Bull. I think that concludes your initial testimony. We will now proceed to public comment.
Thank you.
Those individuals who have signed up for public comment will have 2 minutes to express their concern. Please, for the sake of everyone's time, I would ask that if your concern has already been said, please reference it and say, I share that concern. Madam Clerk, do we have any emails regarding this item?
Madam Chair, our office did receive approximately 440 emails in opposition, and all of these emails have been shared with the board offices. In front of me, I do have 19 speaker requests to speak in opposition. I have 5 that only wish to register their position in opposition, and 3 wish to speak in favor.
Okay. Let's start with the 19. And when your name is called, please come up to the lectern and state your name for the record, and your comments will follow. Thank you.
First up, Todd Tandy, followed by Holly Tomachoff.
Welcome.
Hello. My name is Todd Tandy. I am a former council member and vice mayor of City of Surprise. Chair Brophy McGee, Vice Chair Lesko, and supervisors, thank you for having me. This decision turns on whether the board has a complete and legally supportable basis to approve this project today. Under ARS 28-8461, the 81's been referenced a lot. I'm referencing 61. Utilities are generally not permissible in high noise and accident potential zones near military airports. The Luke Air Force Base Commanding General has already identified this site as a critical flight corridor. Described Project Bacara, using the applicant's own language, as a utility. That alone creates a direct statutory conflict that has not been resolved on the record. That alone creates, but the General's letter also goes further. He outlines multiple required conditions for compatibility, stating they are essential to sustain the mission, and explicitly reserves the right to provide further comment as plans evolve. That is significant. It means key safety and operational issues are not fully resolved today. The project is still subject to change, and Luke Air Force Base has not provided a final unconditional compatibility position. So the board is being asked to approve a project where the legal classification is in dispute. The military has identified ongoing risk, and the final design and mitigation measures are not complete. Vice Chair Lesko and the supervisors, you did the right thing for BNSF. You had to have full accountability and fully informed decision.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm requesting denial. And
Thank you very much.
And at the very least, continuance until these other issues are resolved, the legal issues are resolved.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Galvin.
is it okay right now if we ask questions to staff if something was raised by public comment, or should we wait after?
Good idea. Let's do it as the issues are raised.
Okay. Madam Chair, I have a question for Mr. Ellsworth regarding those apparently legal impediments that were just raised.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Galvin, I was looking up ARS 8461. It's the definition section of the same section. And 8481 is what governs the land use compatibility table. I'm not sure what reference in 8461 was being brought up as far as the legal challenge.
Okay.
Because it would be one of the definitions.
Okay, maybe someone else can help with that answer before we move on.
Supervisor Stewart.
Madam Chair, thank you. I think I have a similar question as it relates to this is a zoning issue, whereas the PAD or the actual final project, that's still being baked right now. And so that's when these issues would be addressed, is when the actual project is being presented to you of what they're actually going to build, right?
Correct. Madam Chair, Supervisor Stewart, that's absolutely correct. In the letter from Luke Air Force Base, the general has indicated that they reserve that right for further review. That's exactly why the stipulation is written the way it is. That military compatibility report will be given at the time of POD. It will be reviewed by planning and zoning staff, county staff, and the Air Force in coordination, and to find that it is compliant with those specific conditions. So that's
Okay.
where that further review comes in.
I think what I heard you say is that the general can still say this particular project doesn't work. That's not what this is about today. That comes later when they put the project forward.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Stewart, that's correct. If
Thank
there's
you.
opposition,
And Madam Chair, I have a follow-up.
Supervisor Galvin.
Have you heard from any attorneys raising these legal questions that were just brought up by this public commenter?
As far as related to 8461, not so specific one
Thank you,
related to
Madam Chair.
8461.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Would I be able to summarize that then, real quick?
No, sir. We're going to proceed to the
Okay,
next.
thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker in opposition, Holly Tomachoff, Beth Mortensen, followed by Paul Singh.
Good morning. My name is Holly Tomachoff. My family of 6 lives less than a half mile from the proposed Project Baccarat site, making us the closest residents. This is where we're raising our 4 children, running our business, and building our lives. This decision is not just about zoning, it's about whether the law will be applied consistently and whether existing residents will be protected. Arizona Revised Statute 28-8461 clearly restricts incompatible land uses, including utilities, within military flight paths. Our neighborhood has already been impacted by this law when the state and Maricopa sued Maricopa County for violating it. And now at least 12 families who bought land in good faith are no longer allowed to build their homes. How can the county restrict families from building homes under the statute but approve a 744 megawatt industrial utility project in the exact same flight path? This is not consistent application of the law and demonstrates selective enforcement, opening the county up to real legal risk. This is not a small project. It includes 18 combustion turbines, industrial emissions, and a non-attainment air quality area, and is located within a known military danger zone tied to Luke Air Force Base operations. It's been stated in this meeting multiple times that the land was zoned industrial too in the 90s, but this area is no longer what it was 30 years ago. Since then, thousands of homes, dozens of schools, major retail centers, churches, and community spaces have been built around this site. Expecting existing residents to simply accept this project because the land was historically zoned industrial, or because we could potentially face an even worse use in the future, is not reasonable public policy. At the same time, long-term Arizona residents, taxpayers, voters, families are being deprioritized in favor of an out-of-state company with no proven track record. It puts the mission of Luke Air Force Base and the health and safety of its existing residents at risk. There's over 8,000 people in opposition, and we're just asking for the same treatment as everyone else.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Next, Beth Mortensen, Paul Singh, Lexiri Coronado.
Thank you, and please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Beth Mortensen, and I live half a mile from the proposed project site. As many concerns have been addressed this morning, the one I wish to talk about is the one that I feel has been overlooked, and that is from the March 13th letter. The Air Force made it clear that a catastrophic incident such as fire or explosives caused by aviation accident or terrorism could pose threats to both base operations and surrounding community. Because of that, the base is requiring careful mitigation of those risks. However, in the developer's response, they do not address the scale of proposed propane backup storage. They address the primary fuel source being stated as no natural gas will be stored on site, but Tacanic misleads the base by minimizing the secondary fuel storage of propane by stating it is, quote, limited storage. That is not clearly, what is not clearly stated to the base is the scale. This project includes 8 45,000-gallon propane tanks, approximately 360,000 gallons stored on site. That is not minimal. We know how this goes. After our remarks, their attorney and their presenters will stand up here and make claims and try to minimize this large fact. They will say things like, we will be storing it mostly underground, and there will be 6-inch reinforced concrete lids. But the explosive risk is not determined by the wall thickness alone. This volume of propane safety depends on multiple factors such as distance, system design, and real-world conditions. While the developer states that it will meet those fire and safety codes, I read the letter from the base and I do not feel that this was properly addressed or understood. I feel that it is, in answering these questions, it is irresponsible at this time to pass this, and I ask for a continuance. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Paul Singh, Lexiri Coronado, Mark Camarena.
Welcome, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Paul Singh. I'm a concerned citizen of the state, of this nation, and most importantly, a father of a 5-year-old who will inherit whatever we leave behind. Earlier this meeting, 2 of you said words yourself, children are the future, and pollution is serious. I wrote it down, so I'll ask directly, if you vote to approve Baraka Data Center today, what do you call that? Because I call it hypocrisy, and I hope the 2 members who have the integrity to vote accordingly. Every day I look at my son and I feel the weight of the decisions being made in rooms just like this. He doesn't get a vote, he doesn't get a seat at this table, but he will live with every choice made here. Data centers are not a neutral issue, they are accelerating rising temperatures in Arizona. They're consuming water in a region already in crisis, and they are delivering minimal return to the people of Arizona while enriching a small group of corporations and their enablers. That is not development, that is extraction. This board was elected to serve the people, not to act as the procurement arm of tech industries. But what we have witnessed meeting after meeting is blind allegiance to corporate interest and studied negligence of the communities you were trusted to protect. You said at the start of the meeting that you want to hear from us our opinions. So hear this, if our voices continue to be ignored, people will respond. They will refuse to support the services these data centers are powering. They will organize, they will remember who made these decisions and why. I refuse to be complicit in this. I refuse to let my son grow up and ask me, what were you doing when the future? So I ask you reject Baraka, do your job, serve the community.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please do not disrupt the meeting with applause or any other sounds. Madam Clerk.
Lexiri Coronado, Mark Camarena, Dana Duran.
Welcome, and please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Lexiri Coronado. I am a part of Project Bacara Opposition Coalition, which is a diverse coalition of residents and community members who are here to stand in opposition to Project Bacara. Supervisors, I am asking you today to deny Project Bacara. Most conditions rely on future compliance, not on enforceable protections for residents today. As the residents know best, there have been incidents of planes landing and equipment being dropped out of the sky. This project would put not only our residents, but our pilots at Luke Air Force Base in danger. The question should not be whether it would be realistic for this lot to remain vacant. The question should be, what will the impact on our community be? This process prioritizes military compatibility over the safety of our residents, the safety of our people. The residents living closest to this project are here to say that we do not want this project built in this area. So we're asking you today, please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Mark Camarena, Dana Duran, Shadow Lynn McLaughlin.
Welcome, sir, and please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Mark Camarena. I am a resident of Phoenix, and I'm here today to say no to Project Bacara and to urge you to also vote no on Project Bacara. Project Bacara is being sold to us like it is just another development, but it is not. This is a 160-acre industrial complex with 2 giant data center buildings and a 700-megawatt natural gas power plant, the largest being built in the state of Arizona. And it will be built within feet of thousands of homes and schools and community centers and parks. And it is a shame that this is being done without it being taken to a vote, without the people of Surprise having a real say in this matter. When the Colorado River is at its absolute lowest, and the town of Kearney in Pinal County is headed on a collision course for zero water by September. This project will consume millions of gallons of water, fresh drinking water, every single year. It's working people that are always the ones told to accept the trade-offs. We are told to conserve, we are told to be realistic, we are told that there is no alternative. But when the rich corporations like Titanic get to come in here and want our land, our water, our tax breaks, suddenly everything becomes possible for them, and that is unacceptable. This project creates dangerous conditions for the pilots of Luke Air Force Base. I am an electrical engineer, and I have experience in avionics software. Project Bacarra's 72-foot tall exhaust stacks release massive amounts of toxic gas that will introduce unpredictable turbulence, will obstruct flight paths, and will degrade radar performance. The West Valley has seen enough of these fatal plane crashes, and we do not need more trauma. We do not need to choke in our own communities. I can't already breathe with the brazen fires in Buckeye or the landfill fires in Surprise. Enough is enough. Please, I urge you to vote no. The future depends on your vote today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Dana Duran, Shadow Lynn McLaughlin, Roy Dunbar.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Danya Duran. I am a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, a West Valley resident, an educator, and also an engineer with a background in radar performance. I am here today to speak in opposition to Project Bacarra. As we know, Phoenix already has 165 data centers in existence, and all of these data centers consume enough power to power entire cities, use up millions of gallons of water daily, and release thousands of pollutants in the air. And need I remind everyone that we are in Arizona, we already experience high pollution because of the heavy industrial scene here, and our water is already scarce because we live in a desert. But I did want to mention that Project Bacarra is a behemoth of a data center. It's the size of Disneyland. It has 18 smokestack turbines that are releasing thousands of pollutants into the air. And this is more dangerous than any other data center that we've seen here in Arizona. It is a data center and a gas power plant combo situated right next to the Luke Air Force Base, which is a site that has been used to train new pilots. Like I said, I have a background in radar performance. As many have already mentioned, the smokestacks that we will see will release heat plumes that will affect the radar performance. And for any new pilot, this poses an unnecessary risk to each of these pilots who are just still learning and they're still trying. And we've already seen the effects of planes go down, equipment coming off, and this is just gonna pose an unnecessary risk to the community nearby, as well as the military base. The nearest resident is 400 feet away from this project, so we can already imagine that this is going to present an unnecessary risk to them. The question we should be asking is, if we were to put this data center right next to the military base, it wouldn't be a matter of if this thing will go off and explode, but a matter of when. This is a ticking time bomb that is just being placed in the West Valley. The West Valley has already experienced so much pain and trauma, and we do not need another tech billionaire coming in and ruining it even more. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Next, Shadow Lynn McLaughlin, Roy Dunbar, April Butler.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Shadow Lynn McLaughlin. I live in the West Valley, less than a mile and a half from the proposed data center. Please take in heart that these things give out so many bad chemicals in the water. We already recycle our water. We drink poo-poo water. People, it's in our tap. Now you're asking for us to put more chemicals and more things that are going to cause our children to have the problem. You will outlive this situation. Our children will not. They have to live with the problems that you are going to cause with the chemicals that come from this. The catalyst that they use to cool these towers is ridiculous. It literally puts so many things in the water that you will literally start losing your hair, you start losing things and start having cancer. Do you want to be the reason that our children have cancer? Do you want to be the reason that the rest of our state loses all the water that it has? We're already in stage 2 water restrictions. This particular data plant will take more than what Phoenix uses in water. and you want to take that from us, which we already do not have. That is not okay. Think of the future. Think about your grandchildren, not yourself and your pocketbooks. Because that's what this is coming down to, is that our state is looking to fill its pockets instead of saving our people. Our people deserve a future, and you are taking it away from them. It is not okay. Luke Air Force Base has already been busted for contaminating our water. Do you think they care? You should. You should not be okay with the water situation that's coming from this group. I used to work for McCarthy. I understand what is going to happen. I walked away from a lucrative career because of the torture and the ideas that are coming from this company. You need to rethink your situation with this. Oppose it.
Thank you. Please. Madam Clerk.
Next, Roy Dunbar, April Butler, Kimberly Dunbar.
Good morning. I'm Roy Dunbar. I live 1 mile from the proposed Project Bacara site. So I'd like to give you a quick summary in the 2 minutes that we're allowed. This power plant will have 18 natural gas turbines, essentially jet engines. 16 will be used continuously during hot months. Depending on, just to give you an idea how big this power plant is going to be, it is estimated that a power plant of this size can supply 350,000 to 500,000 homes. And this will be located within a half mile of hundreds of surprise homes. We also hold that Project Bacara is in direct violation of ARS 288461, which states utilities are not permissible land use within the accident potential zone of Luke Air Force Base. I don't think this can be waived by Luke Air Force Base or even this committee. It is a state statute and will be a subject of litigation. Project Bacara chose the site because it gives them cheaper access to existing infrastructure. They will make more money, but their savings and increased profits will be borne on the backs of nearby residents who will be subject to increased public safety risks posed by daily fighter aircraft overflights with the potential for aircraft mishaps, increased air pollution in an area that is all rated an F by the American Lung Association for ozone and particulates. There will be added industrial noise and the inevitable decreased property values. Can this really happen in Maricopa County? There are thousands of Maricopa County residents who oppose this project. We respectfully urge this board to listen to the voice of the people and reject Project Bacara as totally inappropriate for location adjacent to high-density residential surprise neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
April Butler, Kimberly Dunbar, Audrey Bridges.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
My name is April Butler. I live just less than a mile away from the project. My family's been out there for many, many years. I've actually watched a plane go down from Luke, landing just north of the property where this site is proposed to be built. Why anybody would think that this would be a good site, so close to homes, so close to the end of a runway, why was there never a study done on the flight history there, on wrecks, on incidents? Nobody brings that up. It was never done. Their studies are very questionable. The studies that Tacanic themselves did, they had control over, using records from the 1930s, using records from the 1970s, using records that have planes that Luke isn't even flying anymore. Why are these studies not updated? This is what we're basing these decisions on. Luke clearly says that they are a utility. In plain, simple language, they are a utility. They also say that they are not the authority. I want it on record today. Who is the authority? Who makes that decision? We've been going to all these meetings. We've been asking these questions. We cannot get answers. We would like to know who is that authority. Is that decision being made today in regards to the law? It should be clarified in regards to the law before that decision is made, not after the fact. We are completely taking Takanak's word for it, as they restate things and state things in their favor. They're in control. They've got the cards. We only have 2 minutes to try and give you all the information. The exhaust coming from these turbines, 875 feet from 72 feet in the air. How can they guarantee that that's not going to affect a pilot? They are using tier 2 generators rather than tier 2-4 generators, even though Luke tells them to do the best and keep stringent conditions for the families.
Thank you.
For everybody out there. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Kimberly Dunbar, Audrey Bridges, Jacqueline Wearing.
And please state your name for the record.
Good morning. I am Kimberly Dunbar, and I live approximately a mile from this proposed site. And I'm just here to address this committee because, as you can see on the national news, is reporting that many states, many cities, many communities are opposing the exact same thing that we stand here before you and oppose. Some states are even banning them altogether for all of the reasons that we stand here before you. The U.S. Senate is even asking questions about the impact of the safety and health of the citizens. MA has done its studies of what the effect of pollution can have on the most vulnerable, and it isn't good. Let me quote the American Lung Association. Air pollution can harm anyone, but it can be especially dangerous for many people, including children, teens, people with asthma, lung diseases, anyone over 65, people who have diabetes or cardiovascular diseases, and those who are pregnant. That is all of surprise. Maricopa County ranks high overall in air pollution in this country. How many lives with these various conditions, with asthma, valley fever, respiratory, lung diseases, and cancer, are we willing to jeopardize just by adding more toxins to this problem? The facts are out there, the real detrimental effects to the citizens of Surprise and El Mirage and Sun City. Takanak, however you pronounce it, wants you to believe that this planned center is a benefit to Surprise and the surrounding areas. In truth, Surprise gets nothing from it, except all the lasting effects of the toxins it will spew, the inescapable noise it will emit, and the loss of precious water table. The desert cannot sustain the loss of water. Any city, our cities cannot sustain this pollution. Takanak is a Michigan-based company, and they care nothing about Arizonans. I have one last question for you. If any of you approve this.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Madam Clerk.
Audrey Bridges, followed by Jacqueline, cannot pronounce the last name, and Donna Cook.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Audrey Bridges, and I'm here to speak in opposition of Project Bacara. I'd like to open by reminding our supervisors of the serious comments they spoke just moments ago about our children and their dedication to our environment. Our family moved to our home in Copper Canyon Ranch in 2020. Since then, we've been slowly working to turn it into our own little peaceful oasis. Our kids come over for Sunday family dinners, and we are working on building a play area for our granddaughters. Our home sits just 1 mile from the proposed Project Bacara site. We are hoping to make this our forever home, but if we find ourselves in the position of needing to downsize, we take comfort in knowing that the equity we've built will help carry us through our retirement. Project Bacara threatens to destroy all of this. It will no longer be peaceful and will worry about the environmental effects on our grandchildren. Not only that, but if we decided to sell even tomorrow, we were told that we will have to disclose this threat to potential buyers. That's what it is, a threat. The noise and environmental factors alone will destroy our peaceful neighborhoods, and the estimated 25% decrease in property values will destroy our hard-earned investment into our futures. Would you vote to approve of this going in so close to your home? Now is your chance to do for us what we vote for you to do. Protect us. Protect the thousands of us living in the community. Protect our children, our grandchildren, and our futures. Vote no on Project Bacara and send Takanaka somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Jacqueline, followed by Donna Cook and Patricia Wolf.
And welcome, Jacqueline. If you'd please state your last name for the record, please.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Jacqueline Uwiringiman.
Okay. Thank you.
This project will not only, it's already been stated that this project will be affecting the environment that we already live in. Maricopa already having bad air quality. This only making it worse for the children that were stated to be the future. This is near schools as well, so it'll also be destructive to the learning environment that they are in. The question is, how will this affect the students? They are not being thought of. There are the future voices, and this will affect them heavily. With so many people against this, why go forward with it? The community has actively spoken out against it. They will continue to actively speak out against this. This company is only wanting to help themselves, a company that isn't even in the state that's being affected. With, it has already been said, and it'll continue to be said, the community has come out to speak against this, and I ask you guys to hold their voices dear in heart. And yeah, that is it.
Thank you so much.
Donna Cook, Patricia Wolf, Debbie Harmonson.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Donna Cook, and I'm a City of Surprise resident. I am opposed to Project Bacara for many of the reasons that have already been stated here today. The environmental impact of this project and the negative impact overall is detrimental to our city, our county, and our state. I urge you to deny this project. Don't let it go any further. Enough is enough. We cannot withstand something else negative in our area. We want Surprise and Maricopa County and the state of Arizona to be a beautiful and welcoming place to live. This project will negate all of that. Please don't allow it to happen. We beg of you for the safety of ourselves, those of our children and our grandchildren, and the many others yet to come. This project has no place in our area. For the safety of all of us, please vote no on Project Bacara. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Patricia Wolf, Debbie Harmonson, Mara Zigarek.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Wolf. I'm a resident of Surprise in the area that will be highly impacted by Project Bacara. I'm going to go a little different route here. When we purchased our home in Surprise, we had to sign a document acknowledging that we were in the flight area of Luke Air Force Base, and there would be noise from that. We're a military family, and we support that, and we're good with that noise. But we have to compare apples to apples. I didn't sign a document agreeing to noise from a utility, and knowing that that will bring down the values of our home as well. I concur with the other speakers on all the different points that they have stated this morning. And I urge you all to vote no against this. This is not something that we need. We can't drink data, we need water. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Debbie Harmonson, Mara Zigarek, Tammy Weaver.
Welcome, and please state your name for the record.
My name is Debbie Harmonson. I live about a mile and a half away from Surprise, or in Surprise, from the actual site that the Bacara is proposing. Utilities will go up, quality of life goes down. We're talking 24/7 noise. I appreciate the planes, the jets that fly over us every day. I thank God that they're there to protect us. But this utility is going to go 24/7. There are cities that actually have this around them right now, and they're being impacted. Not only are their utilities going up 200%, but their quality of life. They have noise constantly, 24/7. Also, the lights that are emanated from this building will be probably 24/7 because they have to have them in order to run for a data center. A data center does not make my quality of life better. What makes my quality of life better is the safety from Luke Air Force Base and the safety of knowing that my kids and the kids, my children and grandchildren and so forth, will have a better quality of life because we don't have a data center. We live with phones 24/7. Do we really need more social media? Do we really need more of the stuff that we get? Because that's what the data centers are actually proposing. Do we need to be hooked on those any longer than we already are doing? So please do not support this zoning vote. Just if you think of the future for our children. Thank you.
Would you please remain? And Supervisor Galvin has a quick question for you.
Sure.
No, sorry, Madam Chair. I don't have a question for the public comment speaker, but I have a question for staff on a point raised by the speaker.
Thank you.
She said that there would be an issue regarding lights being on 24/7. Does the county have statutes or ordinances concerning lighting for facilities like this? And then secondly, what is the plan for lighting at this proposed facility? Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, Supervisor Galvin. Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Galvin, that's correct. There is a lighting ordinance in Maricopa County. They would be required to meet that lighting statute. The light plan would be approved or reviewed for compliance with our lighting ordinance at the time of the plan of development.
No, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Next, Mara Zagaric, Tammy Weaver, Hillary Weber.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Mara Zagaric. I am a resident of the Phoenix area for 29 years. Currently in Phoenix. I grew up in Glendale. I just want to reiterate that in regards to the public comments, there were 550 some in opposition, 5 in support, 440 emails in opposition, no emails mentioned in favor, and 19 speaker requests in opposition and 3 speaking in favor. So approximately 1,000 in opposition versus 8 in support. My primary concern is water usage. According to the U.S. Drought Monitor, 99.34% of Arizona is currently in a drought, and we expect a stage 2 drought by the end of the year. So water consumption is imperative to the future. There are currently 176 data centers in Maricopa County, and water crisis was not on my mind until I learned of Corpus Christi, Texas, which I believe is the first city in the U.S. currently facing a water crisis. The city's water supply could fall short of demand by early 2027, and that's concerning to me since most of the state is currently in a drought. According to Tucanac, which is a Michigan-based company with proposed and existing data centers in Virginia, Indiana, and Arizona, they have specified on their own website that 100 acre-feet of water is needed, up to 100 acre-feet is needed each year for power generation. That is 32,585,142 gallons of water, or 89,274 gallons per day, in exchange for 100 permanent jobs. I don't think the value is there, and I urge you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, before we get to the last 2 speakers in opposition, I did want to let you know that I have an additional 5 that came in. These speakers wish to speak in opposition. They were waiting in line before they were able to get in the door.
Okay.
3 wish to speak, and 2 only register their position, so I will add them to
I
this.
will allow.
Thank you so much. Next, Tammy Weaver, Hillary Weber, Nora McNeary.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Tammy Weaver. I live in far north Phoenix, actually in your district, Kate. Last year, my community fought TSMC rezoning. I made calls to your office and none of my calls were returned. Since then, I've connected with others in the community, those that fought AMCOR, those that opposed BNSF, those that have opposed Bacara and other data centers. I want people to understand in the audience that your fight isn't over after today. We as a community can come together and right these injustices that have been done to our communities. In my community, they won't even tell us what is being put north of us as far as the amount of chemicals and the exact makeup of them. It is very concerning to us that that profits are being prioritized over people. This is just an absolute miscarriage of justice and loss of community trust. It's shameful what we are seeing across Maricopa County with all these projects and incompatible uses being put near residential. There will be over 100,000 car trips per day through my neighborhood as a result of the TSMC project growth north of my community. None of you spoke to assist us with representation, nor did any of our congressional leaders or our senators, and we were railroaded by the City of Phoenix leaders as well. We see this happening in other communities with other projects. Again, to the community, let's connect. Let's right these injustices together.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Hillary Weber, Nora McNerney, Caleb Demeter.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Hillary Weber. I live in Surprise, about 2 miles away from this project. I also wanted to personally thank Councilman Gallardo for speaking to me yesterday. He's the only council member that anyone from the opposition coalition, which is a community-based, diverse, apolitical group, was able to reach and speak to yesterday. As he mentioned earlier, this is a very technical project, and it takes a long time to understand the nuances and complications of the project. We have not been allowed to speak to those, and it's been a very frustrating thing. I'm the mother of 3 children. I have 1 child with type 1 diabetes. I will do anything in my power to protect my children. But I wanted to actually read to you from the EPA's website regarding particulate matter, which is what we are in non-attainment for in Maricopa County, is particulate matter PM10, PM2.5. The EPA's Clean Air Act requires areas to meet national ambient air quality standards. Maricopa County has failed these standards for decades, particularly with ozone and particulate matter compliance. Particulate matter contains microscopic solids or liquid droplets that are so small they can be inhaled and cause serious health problems. These particles can get deep into your lungs and bloodstream. Particles, also known as PM10 and PM2.5, pose the greatest risk to health. Decades worth of scientific studies have linked particle pollution exposure to a variety of problems, including premature death in people with heart or lung disease, non-fatal heart attacks, irregular heartbeat, aggravated asthma, decreased lung function, increased respiratory systems such as coughing or difficulty breathing. And also, the EPA recommends a 3-mile buffer from power plants to residential areas, and that's on their EG mapping tool. The World Health Organization also states there is no safe amount of air pollution. We are already over the limit.
Thank you.
Anything is bad for us.
Thank you. Supervisor Galvin, question for staff.
Madam Chair, I have a question for Mr. McNeely, if that's okay, since the topic of air quality was raised, and also in terms of the EPA and Maricopa County. First of all, Maricopa County is responsible for air quality regulation. And secondly, can you please address all of the measures that your office has to contend with, deal with, to make sure that all 4.6 million of us folks here in Maricopa County are kept safe? We all have to breathe the same air. And then third, if you can address any of the specific items regarding regulation of air quality for power plants within a site like this or in Maricopa County. So it's a compound question, Mr. McNeely. I apologize, but I think you kind of get what I'm seeing, to try to answer and also address the concerns raised by the last speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair and Supervisor Galvin, that was a long question, so I'll try to answer it. We have authority from EPA, delegated authority, to implement the Clean Air Act. So we have authority over all of Maricopa County, not just County Islands. We have the entire thing. And part of that authority is monitoring. We have a monitoring network, and we monitor all the criteria air pollutants, which is the PM10, PM2.5, which is the smoke, ozone, and NO2, and CO. So we do monitor that. Our air quality over the last 30 years has gotten much better. I mean, really, we've shown that with smart and reasonable technology and regulations, we can actually have growth and better air quality. So our NO2 has gone down every time we do a 3-year emissions inventory. Our NO2, which is NOx, has been decreased really for the last 30 years. So as our VOCs, our volatile organic compounds. So we are reducing air contaminants as we grow. So that is, but we do, the speaker is correct. We are in non-attainment for PM10, and we are in non-attainment for ozone currently. We have, I don't have the exact measures, but we have about 70-something measures for PM10. All of the construction permits, all the streets have certified street sweepers. There's a whole assortment of no burn days. We have regulations galore on PM10. And our PM10 is much better than it used to be. For facilities, if they're going to emit PM10, or you don't emit ozone, but you emit NOx or VOCs, you have to model that. So this facility has modeled to make sure that operating at the worst case scenario, that they're not going to exceed the ambient air quality standards at their property boundary and beyond. So we've verified that model, and they're going to comply with it. This facility has also taken limits on how much they can operate, and we'll enforce those limits. So is that what you're asking for?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Please.
Madam Chair, I have one quick follow-up and also a commentary, and thank you for that information. That was very detailed, and I appreciate that. We're heavily regulated by the federal government and federal legislation, correct?
Chairman McGee and Supervisor Gavin, yes, that is correct.
Okay, so you made a reference to the Clean Air Act, and I heard a little bit of murmuring when you said, hey, air quality is much better than it was 30 or 40 years ago. I wasn't born at the time that the Clean Air Act was enacted, but I think that there's been a lot of people at the federal level and through many administrations and through many thousands of employees who have been working at the EPA. I remember seeing pictures of the 1950s, 60s, and 70s when there was significant smog and pollution in the air. And the reason why we have the Clean Air Act was that people from around the country came together to pass federal legislation to make sure that air quality was an improvement. So if anyone thinks that air quality is not better today than it was 30 or 40 years ago, then they're saying that all the people that work for that are a failure, and all that federal legislation is a failure. So I would believe and suspect that you are under significant oversight with the federal government to answer and to account for the air quality in Maricopa County?
Yeah, Madam Chair and Supervisor Gavin, that's correct. We have delegated authority, but we report all of our data to them on an annual basis. They review all of our major source permits, get a 45-day review. All of our rules are approved by the EPA.
Okay. And Madam Chair, final question. Have you come across proposed projects or projects that you consider to be either dangerous or to raise questions for you or concerns regarding air quality in your tenure in this position?
Chairman McGee and Supervisor Galvin, we always make sure that the proposal complies with our regulations. So sometimes there are projects that are asking for, and we negotiate it out where they comply. So like in this case, this facility has taken limits on how long they can operate.
Okay.
So that's how we make sure they comply. We make sure they have the limits and the controls in place to comply with our air quality standards.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Gallardo.
Quick follow-up, though, and then I'm not sure if it's to you or maybe the applicant, but because I'm just trying to understand the process here. I really am. What role, if any, does ADEQ play in all this? Is there something that I know they have worked with Corpcom, but is there a role for them in terms of moving forward permitting? I have no idea.
Yeah, Madam Chair and Supervisor Gallardo, in terms of air quality, they do not have a role with air quality.
That is strictly Maricopa or the local counties.
Yes, the Clean Air Act does allow for air districts to have direct authority from EPA. So Maricopa County, Pinal County, and Pima County have direct authority from EPA to operate the air program, and DEQ does not issue permits within Maricopa County, or they don't do enforcement or monitoring. It's basically, we have the authority from EPA.
Thank you.
Thank you. And before we proceed to our next speaker, I did want to correct the record. TSMC was not rezoned last year. It was rezoned in prior years before I took office. And they work closely with our air quality folks. The individual who said we never responded, in fact, we have, and to the best of my knowledge, that individual is working with our ombudsman. If that is not the case, please reach out and we will reconnect you. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Next, Nora McGurney, Caleb Demeter, Zach Miller.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Nora McInerney. I'm a resident of Central Phoenix. You don't need to live near one of these proposed data centers to oppose them. You need only to have the slightest amount of critical thinking and intelligence. These data centers provide no demonstrable economic benefit, no matter what they are promising you. The 100 permanent jobs are paltry compared to the ways that this project will further enrich an out-of-state company that will leave us and our children to deal with the effects after they cash the check. The costs of these projects are vast, and they have been measured. They raise the temperatures of surrounding neighborhoods, they poison the air, and they suck up the water supply. And I'm sure you know, Arizona doesn't have any water. We're running out of water, and the problem is not the length of my children's showers, it's data centers like this. Every data center in Arizona is a tragedy, and it is a travesty. Like the AI they power, these data centers are made to extract value. They add no value. The water use alone should make the approval of this project an automatic no. The outcry from your constituents should underline that, bold it, and highlight it in red. The choices that you make in this chamber will reverberate throughout our state. They will be your legacy. I beg you to consider not only the incompatibility with our military base or our zoning laws, but the incompatibility with the survival of our state and with life itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please.
Caleb Demeter, Zach Miller.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Caleb Demeter. Councilwoman and council, thank you for letting me speak. There are many reasons that I could list for why I'm opposed to Project Bacara, but I will stick to one. It is projected to use 59 million gallons of water per year, and as Arizona is about to enter an even more serious water shortage as our access to the Colorado River is about to be curtailed even further, and conservation capabilities are reaching a hard limit as our population continues to increase. This is the wrong time for a data center that will use 59 million gallons of water per year. I'm not against development or industry. My objection is that this is the wrong time to be adding yet another data center that will use 59 million gallons of water per year. Closed loop cooling methods are not really closed. Through evaporation, they bleed water and they increase the amount of toxic chemicals that are returned to our water supply and to the ground. I agree with the residents of Buckeye and Chandler who recently halted constructions of other data centers, and that 59 million gallons of water per year is better spent on our families and on our farms. We the people elected you, and we the people will be watching the way that you decide. We will vote for those who serve our interests. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Last speaker in opposition, Zach Miller.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Zach Miller. I live over in Surprise, only a few miles away from where they want to build this data center. And as a citizen of Surprise who has asthma and will have to actually deal with the consequences daily from this outcome, I want to say, please stand up, use your power, and be a leader and say no to Project Bacara or any others like it. We need clean water, we need clean air, we need clean food. We already have over 163 data centers in the state of Arizona. We don't need any more data centers in Arizona, polluting our environment and leaching off of our resources that we all depend on to survive. Please do what is right. Stand up for our environment, the animals, and for the citizens who are counting on you. Or resign permanently if you are no longer willing to fight for we the people. We need leaders, And this goes for everyone up in front of me. We need leaders, not a bunch of corporate ass kissers. Thank you.
Your final remarks are out of order and will not be considered. Madam Clerk.
We need leaders, not corporate ass kissers.
Please remove him from the room now. Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, if I may read the names of those that registered in
Please.
wish to register their position only in opposition: Amy Felder Doolittle, Jennifer G., Linda Larkin, Richard Bridges, Sheila Shaver, Zoe Garnes, Taryn Richardson. Next, I have 3 that wish to speak in favor.
Please.
C. Pond Alizada, Alan Hutchinson, Lisa Everett.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Sure. Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. My name is Sipan Dalazada. I'm here on behalf of the Arizona Technology Council to speak in support of the Board of Supervisors granting the military compatibility permit for Project Bacara. In my comments today, I'm not going to focus on how in July 2024, a data center saved my life after a horrific car accident.
Excuse me.
I'm not going to touch on how data center availability has helped drive the relocation of businesses in industries such as national defense, healthcare, and financial technology to our great state. I'm not even going to talk about how Project Bacara is bringing its own power in order to reduce the likelihood that residents will have to pay to power this facility, which is truly a game changer. I am here to talk about the Maricopa County Community Colleges. As you all know, the Maricopa County Community Colleges are the crown jewel of our nation's community college system. This is due to the hard work and care you all have put in while serving on this board and in prior roles as a member of a city council, as a member of the state senate, and in the halls of Congress in Washington, D.C. 2 of these colleges, Glendale Community College and Estrella Mountain Community College, offer data center academies where students can learn the necessary digital skills and can get certified to work as data center technicians in 2 years. The data center positions are not only well-paying jobs, but they are careers that offer health insurance benefits and retirement benefits, things that many of us take for granted in our daily lives. So I am proud to stand here and say that Project Bacara is not just another data center in the far West Valley. It represents opportunity. It represents a prospect to work in a role that will only grow in importance in the next 10 years. So I'll repeat a phrase that I've said over and over again ever since I've been in front of the Arizona Corporation Commission. Let's educate the future data center workforce at Maricopa County Community Colleges. Let's employ them at Project Bacara. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Last 2 speakers in favor: Alan Hutchinson, Lisa Everett.
And may I please ask security to be prepared to remove any disruptive audience while our speakers express their valid opinion? Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, thank you. Alan Hutchinson. Madam Chairman, members of the board, thank you for your time this morning. Alan Hutchinson, I'm here representing Sunt Construction. I'm as a project executive. I'm a professional engineer in the state of Arizona. I have a master's from University of Arizona. I've been in industry for 21 years, and I gladly, blessedly get to represent 4,500 employees with Sunt today. Mostly those are in Arizona. My purpose here today is to support Project Bacara as a major community investment. It delivers local jobs, local growth, and responsible construction that supports communities the right way. I'll come right back to that. Sunt's purpose statement is to build environments where our clients, our employee owners, and our communities prosper. That last one's the big one. That's important. Sunt was founded in 1890. That's 136 years we've been doing this in the state of Arizona. We've been employee-owned since 1972, and we're one of the largest ESOPs in the nation. We have in-house craft training and apprenticeship programs where we train local resources, crafts, and out of college to fill that pipeline, jobs and growth. The total project is over $10 billion investment in the local area, but again, that is into those communities. Jobs, growth, community support. So again, I respectfully ask that you vote in favor of the Bacara project, and I thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Lisa Everett.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Lisa Everett. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of Project Bacara. This proposal represents thoughtful, forward-looking development, one that balances economic growth with responsible planning and community awareness. A key consideration to any project of this scale is compatibility with existing infrastructure and regional stakeholders. In this case, Luke Air Force Base has carefully reviewed Project Bacara and provided specific stipulations to ensure continued operational safety and effectiveness. What's important here is that Project Bacara developers have demonstrated a clear willingness to meet those stipulations. That cooperation reflects the commitment to do the right thing the right way, listening, adapting, and aligning with established standards rather than pushing against them. It shows respect for the base, for residents, and for long-term sustainability in the area. Approving Project Bacara means supporting the project that has already undergone meaningful scrutiny, emerged stronger because of it. It means enabling economic investments while maintaining compatibility with one of the region's most important institutions. And it sends a message that responsible development that listens and responds, has a place in our community. I strongly support Project Bacara. It's going to provide jobs for our area, and it is making sure that it complies with everything needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any other speakers?
Madam Chair, no other speakers.
Okay, thank you. I would like to call the applicant. No. We are done with public participation. The next item will be to hear from the applicant, both for rebuttal and closing comments, and also to answer questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If our presentation could be pulled back up, I'd like to touch on a few issues, and I think in many cases a picture's worth more than 1,000 words. If you could pull up slide 8, please. Slide 8 is a side-by-side comparison of Brigadier General Birkeland's compatibility letter and our CEO's "we agree to those conditions and regulations" letter. I can't imagine anyone in this room or elsewhere is a better guardian of Luke Air Force Base and the mission of Luke Air Force Base than a brigadier general. I've been involved in a variety of these things. I've never seen a compatibility letter signed by top brass like this one was. It wasn't signed lightly. There were a number of studies that were provided, discussions that occurred. It was a very purposeful letter with very purposefully drafted conditions and additional requirements. The Air Force's mission is to protect our country, to protect our bases, and so on. That's exactly what this Brigadier General did. If we could go to slide 20, please. And this relates some to people talking about, I think they're talking about if an F-35 came out of the air and hit propane storage, what would happen? In addition to the information that was provided to Luke, and after the compatibility letter was issued, we received this blast test, which you can read it if you want, but very conservative estimates. Bottom line, let's just assume an F-35 comes out of the air and hits atop the propane storage area. which is under 6 inches of reinforced concrete. Would that impact either the base or homes that are located to the north? In the far right-hand side, you see the answer is, under the worst-case scenario, it will not cause potential harm to either the residential area to the north or to Luke Air Force Base. There was considerable discussion about water. If we could go to slide 34, please. We forget sometimes that this is 160 acres is agricultural land. It has water rights that come with it. One of the things that people, I believe, compare us to is old technology data centers and old technology power plants. That was yesterday. This is modern technology, best practices, and so on. We will use approximately 1% of the water that would be used by an evaporative water-cooled data center of similar size. 1% of what was traditionally done. If we look at this particular graphic, you'll see that the green line that runs left to right is our existing water rights. The purple at the bottom is our projected demand ramping up to full capacity of the facility. Our projected demand, normally discussed in the context of acre feet, is substantially less than our existing water rights that exist today, and a whole lot less than would be used on this site if it resumed farming, and I believe a whole lot less than a number of the other uses that were on the Industrial 2 list that we looked at an hour or so ago. Industrial 3, I'm sorry. There was talk about propane storage. If we can go to slide 18, please, just very quickly.
Please continue, and the reason is you're answering, at least you're answering my questions, so please continue, sir.
Okay. This is an example. Obviously, this does not yet exist in the field, but you're looking down on the preliminarily designed propane storage facility. You're looking down on a concrete lid that's 6 inches of reinforced concrete over the top of essentially a bowled out setting that will contain steel propane tanks. This is the one that was considered in the context of the blast study that I talked about a minute ago. We talked about or hear about air quality. If we could go to slide 30, please, because in addition to the discussion that you've had with staff here this morning about air quality and the processes, if you look at this, you'll see that this is designed with best available control technology. It is, as was acknowledged, Maricopa County Air Quality Control District's job to make sure, not through these processes, but through plans review and permitting and operations, to make sure that air quality standards are maintained. That is, to say the least, a highly scientific and regulated process. In addition to your department head, there's some folks here with us today that can speak to the specifics of that if you want, but it is a very detailed, ongoing process, and very good people have been doing a very good job for as long as I've been in town, which is north of 4 decades. Last, I would like to go to slide 24, and I hear this probably in every hearing, whether it's a home builder, a shopping center developer, a grocer, an industrial developer, or whatever it may be. It's always the accusations are corporate greed. And everyone's entitled to their opinion, and I, of course, respect those. A gentleman mentioned that this is a $10 billion investment in Maricopa County. That's a huge investment, and it's an investment that is taken very seriously by Project Bacara, and it's one that, as you see on some of these, it's not just turning around and putting all profits in the pocket. Obviously, there's a great deal of tax that's associated with it, and you'll see that if we annex into Glendale, certainly Glendale gets municipal tax revenue projected to be about $208 million over 10 years. These aren't numbers that I made up or that Bacara made up. These numbers were provided in a fiscal impact report prepared by Applied Economics, a well-known, I don't know if the county uses them or not, some municipalities do, but Applied Economics has been in this business a long time and makes projections that various governmental bodies need for various reasons. Importantly, I believe, is in here when we get down to the second blue box down, you'll see that about $145 million over 10 years goes to the county, goes to schools and other districts. We all live here too. We all have kids or grandkids or others that take education in schools very seriously. We can't just print money to support schools. We need businesses, we need investment in the county, we need jobs, we need other revenues to support schools and other services that you're probably every meeting asked to provide services to someone for something. This is part of what comes in with a development like this, which is doing what we believe the federal government and others have encouraged, and that is we need to remain the world leader in some of the electronics and AI that's evolving. We need to remain sensitive to national defense. We're sitting right next to Luke Air Force Base. The reaction from some is what better place could it go than right here in this location in the noisiest noise contour around the base and outside of the accident potential zones. But we hire people. We hire people that are estimated to make north of $100,000 a year because they're engineers and others dealing with the kind of equipment that we're talking about. We're expected to have about 5,500 construction jobs as well. It is something that, I guess, describe it out or how you want. Maybe all of our businesses are engaged in corporate greed, but I don't think so. I think many of us give back, including Project Bacara. We thank you.
And before I open the floor to other board members like I said, you were answering my questions. I think you wrote them down. I would like to ask a few more on my behalf for my vote. And this may be for staff too. It was stated in one of the comments that we received in opposition that the closest residence is 400 feet away. Would anyone want to clarify how close the closest residence or residential neighborhood is?
We have a slide, Madam Chair.
And that's either for you, sir, or Mr. Ellsworth, or Mr. Gerard.
Madam Chair, Mr. George told me that that's correct. There's a grandfathered residential use within 400 feet.
Okay, how many homes are we talking about?
Less than a dozen.
I'm sorry, what?
Less than a dozen, I'm sorry.
Okay. Then I wanted to go back to Mr. Bull, and there was a statute reference, 288461. Can you speak to that and the concerns that were raised?
That particular statute is a part of the family of statutes that we're talking about an hour or so ago that has the table in it that identifies different uses and whether they're deemed compatible or compatible subject to conditions and so on. That family of statutes is the one that not only your county staff, but Luke Air Force Base and others carefully scrutinized in going through the processes long before we came into your chambers to make the determination as Director Ellsworth talked about of being a scenario where in this particular location for this particular use, Luke Air Force Base and your county staff made the determination that this use in this location, subject to these conditions and requirements, is deemed compatible.
Thank you. Any further comments to that question, Mr. Ellsworth?
Madam Chair, yes. As the applicant has pointed out, that section of the statute clearly shows a land use compatibility table that we utilize, that the Air Force utilizes when we send them a use and compatibility determination letter. Within that, as was illustrated by the applicant with the table he showed, there is not a defined term for utility. It can be very broadly defined, but it also mentions utilities in a couple of different locations. So there was a little bit of discussion on what utilities were meant. That then led to further discussions with the Air Force about if they were determining it was a utility under one section, that's what their letter should be stating to us. They then clarified that they would consider a utility unless it met these conditions, or a utility that was incompatible with their operations unless it met these conditions. Therefore, it was a conditioned approval from the Air Force through the use and compatibility determination. We proceeded forward with that. That was done under the same section of the statute. There's a footnote in that table that talks about if the statute, if there is a use that, I'm going to paraphrase it, a use that's not clear or not defined, that it would be presumed to be incompatible unless it was determined through the Air Force and the county that it would be determined compatible with the operations of the Air Force Base. Therefore, what we received from the Air Force Base was determined to be a letter of compatibility.
Thank you. Going back to you, Mr. Ellsworth, could you re-answer the questions regarding the lighting?
Yes. Madam Chair, our lighting
requirements.
Right. Our lighting ordinance requirements are found within our zoning ordinance. It requires that all lighting would be shielded or down shielded so that it's not visible from off the side of the property. We would also, it controls light bleed off of the property for commercial and industrial developments, meaning that the ambient effect of that light wouldn't be extending outside of the property boundary. At the time of the plan of development, we'd be asking for a photometric study that would illustrate the impact on the lighting at the property line and the details to the lighting packs and the lighting fixtures that would be utilized for compliance.
Thank you. That helps. And going back to Mr. Bull, it was stated that this data center will use 59 million gallons of water a year. You did put up that helpful chart, but I think you said it was old technology and that the usage was much less, but do you have a gallons per year estimate?
So what I was referring to when I was comparing this technology to old technology data centers, which you've probably worked on. Some of us have had opportunities to work on in different parts of the valley where there was an old technology data center where the old cooling towers like we sometimes had at colleges and other places where water's running over fins and that type of thing. This closed loop system technology is projected to use about 1% of the water that would be used at an old technology data center. Here, in the slide that I put up, that was slide 34, again talking about acre feet and so on, this is projected to require about 144 acre feet per year, which at full capacity, because it gets built over time, it's determined on that same slide. As you can see, it has no impact on local wells, and it is substantially less than what would be used if the site were farmed, and I believe substantially less than what would be used if some of those other industrial uses that are permitted as of right were to occur on this property.
Thank you, sir. I'll open the floor to questions from board members.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Stewart.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the presentations and for the input from from the community. You know, much like Maricopa County residents that are here today, I have a deep concern about environmental impact, especially on our water. You know, we've had a great experience in Chandler in working with different applicants and industry like Intel and other data centers. And in my term in City Council, we worked closely with them to put together programs to where, for example, Intel pre-treats their discharge, the water that they use. I know this is an air-cooled site and will use much less water than the data centers of old. But you know, one of the things, and maybe this comes after the zoning, I don't know how that vote will go today, but if this is approved, is your client committed to pre-treating water before to take care of PFAS and to take care of the chemicals that are discharged into that water before it goes to, I think it Surprises water treatment plant for reuse? And are they willing to use non-potable water similar to our golf courses, et cetera, if we move forward with the zoning process for the final approval? That's my first question. Maybe you can answer that, and I have a follow-up, Madam Chair.
Please.
With respect to the type of water that's being used and who's it likely to be wheeled through and who is likely to be the wastewater recipient, through old agreements between the City of Glendale and a company called Global Water, which its global successor is now EPCOR. So there's various environmental requirements put in place with respect to water, with respect to discharge of water into the wastewater treatment plant as well. Discussions have taken place, they're ongoing. Obviously, those discussions need to be completed, as you know, before building permits are pulled and so on. I don't, there may be others who can answer your question scientifically if you need more specifics than what I just said. You may recall a facility much smaller than this that we worked on when you were still on the Chandler City Council, and efforts that were made there to bring about best practices and so on and so forth, and the massive savings that occurred. That's being done on the front end of this city, of this facility. The possibility of reuse water is something that also is in what I would call preliminary discussions, and that as a part of the large industrial development to the immediate west of us, which as I recall is 1,300 acres. There's a brewery in that development. There's been some that have suggested that some of their outflow water be used for this, that, or the other thing, with Project Bacara being a possible user of that. That is subject to lots of discussion and all kinds of regulation, which would also need to occur prior to those connections being made. But there is serious consideration by a variety of parties to look to see, can that water be reused? And if so, how and where is the best way to do it?
Thank you for that, Madam Chair.
Yes.
When we think about data centers and the proper use of this particular area, you know, compatibility is a big issue, right? It's a big issue for the neighbors, especially that live in that area. I'll follow up with you on some of those questions that I've got about pretreatment, PFAS, those things, as well as using non-potable water in order to protect our water resources after this meeting, or I'll have one of my staff members do that. You know what, I'm going to hold my questions for later when we go to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members? Okay. Stand by. Okay. I'm going to ask Supervisor Lesko, since this is in fact her district, if she has any closing comments and/or would like to offer a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank everyone that came here today to speak on this. We've been here for several hours now, and so I appreciate that you drove all the way downtown Phoenix. It's important to hear from you, and I listen to all of you. Every project that comes before the board is unique. If you remember, there were quite a few residents from Surprise and the surrounding areas that were opposed to the BNSF project out in Whitman. And if you remember, I voted against the comprehensive plan amendment for the BNSF Railway. And so I analyze each of these individually and look at the pros and the cons, and I do read your emails and I do listen to your comments. Today we're here for a military compatibility permit. And that's why I mentioned before that when I first met with the people promoting Project Bacara, I said, well, I'm not going to vote for this thing if Luke Air Force Base is against it, because I want to protect Luke Air Force Base. And so they met with them. Luke Air Force Base wrote down all the conditions that they required in order for it to be compatible with them. And from the testimony we heard today and from me talking to the staff and myself talking to Luke Air Force Base, because I did that too, I do believe that it is compatible with the military use. We're not here today really to discuss, is this, should this remain vacant land? We're here for this military compatibility permit. It's already zoned heavy industrial. And I assume, I didn't know that before this project came before me, so I assume that most people didn't know that. Seems that there already can be huge industrial developments here. And I think it's unrealistic to think that this is just going to stay vacant land when it's basically surrounded by industrial. It's just not realistic. And so I feel for the people that have lived there for a long time. They lived there before the Luke Air Force Base military compatibility permits were needed. And they lived there before it became an area where you couldn't build any more residents. I understand. I too have shared concerns that you have with all different types of projects. But in this case, I'm going to be supportive of this agenda item. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Do you wish to make a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we approve item number 9.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I will ask for a roll call vote. And each supervisor, should they wish, as part of their vote, explain their vote. Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Stewart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. These are always challenging discussions to have about infrastructure, as it really, whether it's roads, whether it's utilities, whether it's data centers that support schools, military, industrial, the military, social media, whatever that may be. We're in a race nationally for supremacy as it relates to data. It is no longer, it's more like water and electricity, and it's what everything in this world runs on. And for the United States to be a forward leader in that space, we will need to support responsible data center growth in the right place with the right technology that protects our water resources, protects our air quality, and protects the residents that are around. Supervisor or Vice Chair Lesko mentioned it briefly, but this is about a compatibility vote, It's about whether or not the military is okay with this being next to the Air Force Base, and they are. And so for that reason, I will be voting aye. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Galvin?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lesko?
Aye.
Supervisor Gallardo?
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I explain my vote?
Please.
Thank you. And Supervisor Stewart really hit it right on the head. The issue is this particular project compatible to the Luke Air Force Base area? And I would never question. I know all 5 of us do everything we can to protect Luke Air Force Base. And I've served with both of you in the legislature, where the legislature really took a firm step into making sure that we preserved the Luke Air Force Base surroundings, encroachment, all that good stuff that we made sure to protect. Nobody wants to hurt Luke Air Force Base. But the issue is this compatible? And is this the appropriate area for this type of project? I think we have a statute that needs to be revisited. It really does, and redefined. When you have a statute that you're working on the assumption that this is compatible, I don't think it's appropriate. I do believe there are some, and I understand this. You have 2 separate rails here. You have the air quality, it's a different track, and then we have the issue of, is it compatible? And that's what makes it kind of difficult too, because I think air quality is definitely something that needs to be taken strongly in consideration. And again, we're working on the assumption that the air quality standards are being met. I still question what EPA's thought process is going to be and their actual decision. But to the question, is this compatible? And that's where I really struggle with. I really do not believe that this is the appropriate location for this project. There's so many outstanding questions, particularly statutorily. We can sit here and say, Luke Air Force Base will never take a position. They're never going to take a position of yes or no on any project. They're not. They're going to address their concerns. They're going to make their concerns known publicly. And they did in a letter. They made it very clear. These are our concerns. Have they come back to say, yeah, we're good now? No, they really haven't. Conversations, perhaps, with the developers and with some staff. But I don't anticipate, they're never going to send a letter saying, yeah, we support this project. They're not. They're never going to be in that position. But I do believe that, again, back to the question, is this compatible for the Luke Air Force Base military area? And I have a hard time swallowing that, Madam Chair. I really do. So with that, with all due respect, I will be opposing the motion. I vote no.
Chair Brophy-McGee.
Yes, I want to thank staff very much for being on hand to answer questions, and also the applicant. There were many concerns that were raised during public participation relative to this permit or this case. I think those questions were answered in relationship to the Luke letter, the protection of the propane tanks, the air quality standards. I cannot begin to tell you how much work our air quality folks have done over the years because we attract a lot of foreign pollution, not from within the valley, but from without. And thank you for your work. Every moment I spend here in the county, I realize more and more how important that is. And I know it'll continue. I know with the TSMC project up north, you work very closely with them. No quarter is given. We're not allowed, as and a planning and zoning attorney used to beat into my head when I was on the commission, we can't regulate water. That's not part of our domain. but we sure as heck can ask questions. And those questions were raised and they were answered. As a matter of fact, this project will use far less water than what that parcel is already entitled to. They will actually be putting water back into the water table if built, and using the new technologies that they use. I agree with you, Mr. Gallardo. We need to revisit the statute because a lot has happened that needs updating. But I am comfortable in voting yes. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion passes with 4 ayes and 1 no.
Thank you. We will take a 5-minute recess. For those of you who came, thank you for coming. Thank you for your participation. And we will allow you to leave if you so wish, and if you wish to stay and continue, we'll welcome that too.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Lesko, that'd be a great question to ask. To me, a clean bin would be, has no refuse in it, it has no residue. Thank you, that's the word I was looking for, residue in it. And it's very important that on the site it is clearly the storage of clean bins. Cleaning will not be allowed on the site. It's a matter of stipulation.
Okay, I'll reserve my question for the applicant if they're planning on washing them out, or what does clean mean? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is the applicant here? And would your representative please come forward and introduce yourself for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Morgan Busby with Busby Permits. I'm here today representing the property and business owner, Mr. Stoney Fred. He's going to be up here just to save some time when you guys have questions.
Thank you. You have 4 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So we're here today requesting the special use permit to allow for a dumpster storage in rural 43 zoning. Next slide, please. I want to be clear up front that this is a low impact use. There's no public activity on site, there's no office, and no industrial processing. This is, simply put, this is a storage yard for clean dumpsters when they are not actively on jobs. And this proposed use reflects the reality of living in rural Maricopa County, where small-scale business operations and residential uses can coexist. Next slide, please. The operations of the business are straightforward and controlled. The business operates Monday through Saturday with hours limited from 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Most importantly, the site is maintained daily with routine housekeeping, including trash pickup, site inspections, and general cleanliness to ensure property remains orderly and well kept. Next slide, thank you. In terms of scale, the site is very limited. The maximum capacity is 23 dumpsters, but in reality, the site typically holds around 10 at any given time due to ongoing rentals. There is no intention to expand further than what is applied for in this application. Additionally, it is important to understand that this proposed use occupies 1.1 acre of a larger 5-acre parcel. The remainder of the property is actively utilized for a successful agricultural operation that focuses on horse boarding and training. There is no intention to expand the storage yard or reduce the agricultural operation in which the parcel shares with. Next slide, please. For environmental, this operation does not function as a landfill or a transfer station. There is no waste processing, no compacting, and no cleaning of dumpsters on site. All dumpsters are emptied and cleaned at the landfill before returning to the property, and dust control is addressed through surface improvements and ongoing site maintenance. The majority of the materials that are stored in these dumpsters, it's important to know, are manure or roofing companies, things that are non-sticky in their nature, and so when dumped at the transfer station or at a waste management, they slide right out, leaving the dumpsters 98% clean. Site improvements. Several site improvements have been incorporated into the use narrative to specifically minimize its impacts. The site will be surfaced with asphalt millings to reduce dust. There is a clearly defined yard with controlled access and regulated internal circulation to limit unnecessary movement and noise, and a proposed 8-foot privacy fence along the north and east boundaries will be installed to provide visual screening, act as a windbreak, and further reduce noise impacts to adjacent properties. Next slide. As a part of the public participation process, outreach was conducted in accordance to the county requirements. We received multiple letters of support from surrounding property owners, and many have come here today, showing that there is real backing, real community backing for this request. In closing, this request represents a low-impact, well-managed use that is consistent with the realities of rural Maricopa County. It is limited in scale, heavily conditioned, and designed with mitigation measures in mind to ensure compatibility with the surrounding area. Additionally, the approval of this SUP brings the property into compliance, provides the county with enforceable standards moving forward. It is for these reasons we respectfully request your recommendation of approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant or their representative? Supervisors, let's go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for the applicant, and it's the same question I asked. You kind of mentioned about what's in there. My concern is it going to smell? You know, a whole bunch of containers that are sitting there that used to have refuse in it.
Good morning. Yeah, all of our containers come back. Majority of our work is actually roofing material. So it does a very well job of, when we dump them, it actually almost cleans your container. It's like concrete tile coming out and scraping on metal. So we haven't had any of our neighbors complain about any smells or anything like that. And we're kind of, we don't want that on our place either. So yeah, that doesn't seem to be an issue that's ever come up for that problem. So yeah.
That's it? Any other questions from board members? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, are there any speaker forms?
Madam Chair, I did receive 4 registering their position in favor. I can read off the names: Stoney Fred, Charla Cooley, Jimmy Conley, and Jennifer Fred.
Okay, and they were signed in support, not wishing to speak?
In support.
Thank you. Anything email-wise?
Nothing to share.
Thank you. I think you may be excused. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve item number 10.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We continue on to items 11, 12, and 13A through C, statutory hearings for the Clerk of the Board and Transportation. Members, please note that Road File 6033 is withdrawn from consideration. Madam Clerk, do we have any speaker forms?
Madam Chair, none on these items.
Thank you. The board will now consider items 11A and B through 13A through C. Is there a motion, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we approve items 11A through 13C.
Thank you. It's been moved. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. Hearing no further discussion, we'll proceed to a vote. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion passes unanimously. We will now proceed to the Board of Supervisors consent agenda, items 14 through 74. Supervisors, do any of you wish to remove any items from the consent agenda?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Stewart.
Thank you. I'd like a presentation on items 42 through 45, the New Hope contracts, and then I'd like a discussion on item number 75, please.
We are not considering 75 at this time.
We're not there yet?
This is 14 through 74.
I just get excited. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So you have questions on which?
Items number 42 through 45.
The dog issues.
So 4 items, okay. Madam Vice Chair, may I have a motion on items 14 through 41 and 46 through 74?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we approve items 14 through 41 and 46 through 74.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, we will proceed to a vote. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. If staff would come forward related to items 42, 43, 44, and 45. Just a minute. Thank you. Am I correct that it's the New Hope agreements?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Supervisor Stewart, any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like a brief presentation on this program and the work that you and your team are doing. Thank you.
Of course, thank you. Madam Chair, Supervisor Stewart, Supervisors. I'm Debbie McKnight. I'm the Director of Maricopa County Animal Care and Control. And so thank you for allowing me a minute to highlight our New Hope program. It's a really big part of how we get better outcomes for the dogs that need more than what our shelter can provide. So if you're not familiar with it, it's the New Hope program is our group of vetted rescue partners that are approved to pull dogs who need out of the shelter quickly. So those are dogs that might need additional medical care or behavioral support, sometimes just a different environment to do well. It's not so much about the space, but really about getting those dogs the help that they need. So last year, our New Hope partners pulled more than 1,700 dogs. And so for context, that's about 10% of everything that comes through our door. So they definitely have a meaningful impact, and we could not save as many lives as we do without their support. So we spent the last year or so really putting a lot of work into strengthening the program, making it more consistent and more accountable, really making it easier for the partners to work with us. And we've seen good results bringing more groups in. So currently we have 61 New Hope partners, and 11 of those are just in this last year. So it's really been good to see more groups joining us to work with us. Because at the end of the day, saving pets really is a community effort, and our New Hope partners and the entire community really play into that.
Thank you. Supervisor Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Debbie, thanks so much for that presentation. I'm just really grateful of the work that you and your team are doing to expand your reach, but moreover to help those that can't help themselves as it relates to our stray population of dogs. And I know that from when I started to where I am today, the more I learn about what your group does is just impressive. And I wanted to thank you for that. I also wanted to give the community an opportunity to understand what our outreach is like and how much work we do to save as many dogs as we can. So thank you so much for that. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You may be excused unless any other board members have questions or comments. Nope. Madam Vice Chair, do you have a motion for items 42 through 45?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we approve items 42 through 45.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Hearing no further discussion, we will proceed to a vote. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We will now move to the Board of Supervisors addendum. Madam Clerk, it's my understanding we have public participation on item 75. Do we have requests to speak slips on 76 or 77?
Madam Chair, yes, we do have a request to speak on item number 75 and 77.
Okay, we will take them in order. Let's start with item 75, which is termination of court services agreement with the town of Queen Creek.
Thank you. I will call on the two speakers on item number 75. First up, Bruce Gardner, followed by Lori Baroni.
Excuse me, who did you call forward?
On item number 75, Bruce Gardner.
Oh, Bruce, thank you. I misheard. Mr. Gardner, welcome.
Madam Chair.
We're going to suspend your time and give you a few extra minutes since this involves your town. Please.
I should be able to do it too. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak here today, Madam Chair and Supervisors. My name is Bruce Gardner. I'm the town manager for the town of Queen Creek. Also here on behalf of Mayor Julia Wheatley, who wished she could be here but was unfortunately not able to be here. We also want to thank the county for the many years of support. As one of the fastest growing communities in Arizona and in the nation, we would not be successful without our regional partners. Specifically, the support of the two counties that traverse our community. Whether it was the support of the county sheriffs that served as our police department for 25 plus years, the support of the county that provides for the library, the amenities adjacent to our community, such as the Santan Regional Park that serves as the backdrop of our town logo, our joint transportation projects, and of course, the support of our Maricopa and Pinal County court systems, which has been specifically impactful during the recent transition that we've had of our police department, and even more recent transition of our first in-house town attorney's office, which we just completed the hiring process of the full office just a couple weeks ago. The success of the town of Queen Creek in support of court services will only continue with proper planning and timing of decisions to prepare for any process and financial impacts to the community. We are respectfully requesting you hold action on item 75 today. The mayor and I had an opportunity yesterday to have a productive conversation with presiding Judge Driggs and Judge Germain, facilitated by Supervisor Stewart. We now better understand the concerns associated with the Queen Creek case loads and are committed to working towards mutual, agreeable interim and long-term solutions. In order to do this, we do need additional time for conversations with our entire town council and due diligence. Also want to mention that action on the IGA today will only have the effect of eliminating town code cases, which totaled 27 in 2025. In addition to stranding the town residents for these code cases, dissolution of the IGA won't have a bearing on the cases in which the town or the county would have shared jurisdiction. So we don't believe, So we don't believe action today will ultimately have the desired outcome, but we do understand the outcome the courts would like to have. Again, we're more than happy to continue discussions and come together with solutions, which the mayor and I committed to the presiding judge yesterday. Thank you for your consideration on holding this item, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Are there questions for the town manager?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Stewart.
Bruce, thanks so much for coming down and expressing, the challenges I think that Queen Creek is facing with the timeline of this particular item being on the agenda. I appreciate you taking the time to sit through the beginning of this.
No worries.
I know you've got a busy town to build with the growth that's going on in Queen Creek is immense. And so this is just one of those growing pains that hopefully we can push forward and let you work with the presiding judge to get resolved. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Sir, I do have some questions. When does Queen Creek adopt your annual budget?
Tonight we're actually adopting our one of the phases of our budget tonight.
Okay, so the final budget will be adopted when?
May 20th.
I'm sorry?
May 20th.
Oh, okay. And does that budget for this coming year include any funding for court services?
Not specifically, no.
How about specifically?
Madam Chair, we do have monies that could always be appropriated to assist in getting over the line on projects and processes. In speaking with the presiding judge yesterday, we finally understood the amount of money that is being required to support the IGA. That is something that has been provided us, and that's something that I'll be sharing with our council this evening.
Thank you. Do you have a timeline established for a municipal court to go online or stand up a municipal court?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. The town started its police department in 2022. The report indicated that we would start our own court in 10 years, 2032.
Thank you. You mentioned a report. Is that the intention of the town, or?
The report was, Madam Chair, the report was what assisted the town to create the police department. We know that we're going to be needing to do our own town court, but with the finances and the projects that we needed to complete to manage the police department, we knew that the court would happen later. And so the report itself indicated sometime within 10 years that we would have to do the court system.
Thank you. Do you plan to cut your property tax rate this year?
Madam Chair, yes.
Thank you. Another related question, does Queen Creek pay to house its inmates in our county jail. FYI, the housing rate is $145 a day, and the booking rate is $702. Do you pay for those services?
Madam Chair, no, we do not.
Okay. You mentioned that the IGA in question that's on the agenda covers a minimal amount of cases. In other words, it doesn't really solve the problem I gather was presented to you yesterday. Do you currently have an intergovernmental agreement with Gilbert for court services as well?
Madam Chair, yes, we do.
Do you have an option to expand or continue using Gilbert's IGA specifically for city code cases?
Madam Chair, yes.
Thank you. Do you have any other comments, sir? Or questions from other board members?
Madam Chair, just another comment is that we are committed to work with the presiding judge on resolving this situation. Similar to when we move forward on making a decision to do a fire department, police department, or a utility department, that takes time, and that requires some careful planning to ensure that we have the finances available to do so. And so the goal that we committed to the presiding judge yesterday was that we would move forward on having that transition plan in place.
And thank you. This current IGA under discussion and up for cancellation provides a 30-day notice, correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
And it expires this October, correct?
That is correct.
So could you help me understand what plan would be put in place by when? And since this IGA really relates to a fraction of the cases that are kind of under question, could you help me understand the need for a continuation? I'm trying to figure out what's your solution or solutions, and when would you be coming forward with those, sir?
Madam Chair, thank you for the additional questions. We have been working towards looking at the specific IGA for our town code cases as a possible extension. We did provide a report to the presiding judge that I think precipitated the move to look at possibly canceling or terminating the agreement. From my perspective, that wasn't necessarily needed, as the agreement was going to expire in October, as you indicated. So our belief was that we were going to continue to move forward on looking at possibly renewing that agreement over the next 5 months. That was the thought process, that we had some time to do so. As far as the greater question on cases before the court outside of the code cases, that has been brought forward also by the presiding judge. That process needs to have some careful consideration and planning before we come forward on it.
Okay, does anybody else have any questions?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Stewart.
Yeah, great questions, and I appreciate that. And I think that's the purpose of looking for. I think that's the basis for looking for a continuation of this particular item. If we do a little look back into history of kind of how this evolved, I think and it might be an opportunity for the presiding judge to sort of explain why this was brought to us before we get into deeper public comments, so that we understand the full scope of what the presiding judge is asking for, why the attorney brought this forward for this particular executive session on Monday, and why it's being discussed in public today, when the purpose of what I'm hoping to ask for is a continuation. So those details that you're asking about today can all get worked out as we do. Yes, ma'am.
You had an excellent idea. Would the presiding judge and her co-presiding judge please come forward?
Thank you. And just to finish my thought there, so the ultimate goal is to give Queen Creek the time, to give our staff the time to put this together. And while some things might have fallen out of bed early in this process, I think those conversations are happening now, and I think it's in the best interest of the public, especially the residents of Queen Creek District 1, to be able to have that conversation offline. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Pearson, any other comments? And please stand by.
No, Madam.
Oh, question from Supervisor Galvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I had two questions. One of them was answered regarding the IGA with the town of Gilbert, so thank you for providing that information. Mr. Gardner, your request of Maricopa County, how much would be the financial impact to Maricopa County if we accede to your request today?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Galvin, in relation to the IGA, that financial impact?
Right. If we do what you're asking, what would be the financial impact to Maricopa County?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Galvin, my understanding right now is there's only 7 cases before the court in regards to that IGA. I'm not sure where they are at in the system. Based on the numbers that the presiding judge provided yesterday, it appears that the cost to Maricopa County is approximately $100,000, or a position and a half is kind of what the recommendation was from there.
Okay, thank you. And I'll be asking the same question of our other presenters today too. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Lesko, to our presiding judge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to hear the same thing that Supervisor Stewart had brought up, like, why are we here today? And specifically, when did you guys start talking to the town of Queen Creek, the city of Queen Creek, on this whole IGA issue? And did you offer a like a proposed IGA, and was it accepted or rejected?
Madam Chair, Supervisors.
You need to turn your microphone on and state your name, and Judge Germain, if you do the same.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, I'm Judge Driggs, Lenore Driggs, and thank you for this opportunity. We did review this IGA, I would say last summer, because we were getting citations into the Santan Justice Courts that did not belong there. So we had to look to the IGA and make some changes, immediate changes, because some of them were out of our jurisdiction. One of them, Queen Creek has the Pinal County in their, in all of Queen Creek is in part of Pinal County and also Maricopa County. And our judges cannot hear any cases that are out of Pinal County. So we had to talk to them about not citing any of the Pinal County citations into our courts. So that had to change, and then we looked again at the IGA and saw that it included juvenile criminal citations, which we no longer take because the presiding judge of the Superior Court had put those all into the juvenile courts for Superior Court. So we had to make that change as well. And then as we further reviewed, we realized a few things were happening, whereas this IGA was about a facility, we don't use the facility, and also about code violations, but we were also taking all municipal violations as well. So we felt like this, which is mentioned, it's a very small, code violations are very small. So it's like this IGA is for an inch, but they were taking a mile. So that was our concern about the IGA, and that's why we have come to the board to have it either dissolved or to terminate it. And we brought that forward to their counsel, to their attorney, and they rejected our offer. And so here we are today.
Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, could you explain like when you gave this offer and what the offer was and that was rejected by the town of Queen Creek?
Yeah, and Madam Chair, Supervisor Lesko, Jennifer Germain, Justice of the Peace, Associate Presiding Justice for Maricopa County. We sent our proposal over in August of last year, and we requested that they pay for the cost of one clerk, which is approximately $65,000 for a fully burdened cost of one court clerk.
Vice Chair.
And so, Madam Chair, I just want to confirm, you sent them over after you found these concerns in summer of 2025. you sent the town of Queen Creek, and I assume you sent it to the county manager, did you?
Correct.
Okay. And you said, hey, this is, I'm just paraphrasing. This is costing us a bunch of money. You guys are sending us a whole bunch of cases. And we ask you to pay for one clerk at $65,000 a year. And the town rejected it. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Stewart.
Thank you. Yeah, great questions. And on the rejection, was that a formal letter that came from Queen Creek, or was that?
Yes, it was a formal letter, and then they, with that letter, asked to renew the IGA as it is, and
your office, I would assume, said that's just not going to work for us, and we need to get to the table again. And that happened in August, is that right?
well, I think the letter just happened in April that they, responded to they rejected ours and asked to renew the current IGA.
I understand. And so was there any other conversation after that about, this isn't going to work for us, or this, or is that when this came to us?
Madam
Is that
Chair,
when the wheels of motion started to come to the board?
Madam Chair, Supervisor, we were in discussion with our attorney, with our legal counsel, trying to figure out what would work better, and so I think here we are today.
Did anybody from your office or the attorney's office reach out to my office to sort of see if we could grease the skids on this and try to get this solved?
Supervisor Stewart, I did, and Madam Chair, I did reach out several times.
To my office?
Yes.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, Supervisor.
I know you had a call with staff on Friday of last week. She did. I'm just addressing what she said. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate that.
And Madam Chair, Supervisor, also our court administrator, she reached out to many people as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Well,
Vice Chair.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I guess it's, since the the city manager brought up that he met with you yesterday, is willing to, sit down and talk to you, blah, blah, blah. Are you, do you want to go forward with this agenda item today? Or I need clarity on what you're asking of us, or if you want to pause.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Lesko, I believe that if we move forward, then we can start from ground zero and build something that works for everyone, for the courts and for the town of the town of Queen Creek and for the county.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Stewart.
It's a good question by Supervisor Lesko. So does that mean that it will be better to continue this item, work with the town of Queen Creek, put together a new IGA, and then so they're not left in limbo? What I'm concerned about is that 30-day window. I know we talked about yesterday that, that's something you could execute versus us execute. Would it be better if we just get back to the table and get this thing ironed out and push for a continuance of this one until that's solved?
Madam Chair, Supervisor, I think that if we get the permission today to terminate the current IGA, we still have time to deliver a 30-day notice to terminate the IGA, and in those 30 days we can be at discussions. I believe that it's going to involve more than just our courts to make the negotiations for this IGA.
Yeah, thank you, and that's my concern. Is 30 days enough? Is 2 weeks enough? Is 2 months enough? We've got till, I think this ends in October, but I think the biggest thing here is we know that there was some miscommunication, some difference of opinion on how this should be handled. But frankly, this was brought to my attention last week on Tuesday with a line item with no backup information. Then on Friday, there was a chief's meeting where this item still didn't have backup information. Then we have a executive session where this item was discussed, just from where I sit, not with my office, just from where I sit. And then we're at Wednesday, and I've got the town manager here, I've got the mayor, frustrated about this, and as a service provider, both to the residents and also to the towns that we represent, I'm just trying to find a pathway forward that is a little less public, if you will, to solve this issue. And to be fair, I don't know if Queen Creek fully understood where this was heading or how serious the operational concerns have become. And I appreciate your office connecting with them and trying to let them know. I think that you reached out to my office as well to let us know when we had that meeting on Friday. But they're dealing with explosive growth, staffing, new police department, new fire department. They're living in a different world than I think maybe we are here at the county from a growth perspective. And so that can be overwhelming. And we also understand that they just 2 weeks ago hired their county attorney or their city attorney who would probably handle this information. So, you know, it's my opinion, like when two government entities are struggling to connect on an issue this important, I think it would have been great if somebody would have raised their hand earlier to me so that we could have got in front of this. So listen, we've got the right people talking. You guys visited earlier today. We're moving in the right direction. We're going to try to solve this issue. And so I want to credit to everybody involved, especially you. You've been so open to meeting and having these discussions to solve this, so thank you. But I think we know where this is heading long term, right? And Queen Creek is growing rapidly, and they're going to transition to a town court eventually, which will alleviate some of the pressure. I know that Judge Germain, you requested another court to be put in the East Valley. We ended up moving it to the West Valley because of budget constraints, but it's certainly something that's on our radar because we are definitely stressed. So listen, this is not about dismissing your concerns. It's about finding a reasonable path of revised reimbursement structure, a phased operational transition, and a collaborative plan. And that's what hopefully you guys can do when you meet together and get that solved. So I think it's a good learning experience for all of us, like counties, cities, courts. We're all moving really fast. You've got your things you've got to deal with. Bruce has his. And but when communication starts breaking down between entities, we show up in rooms like this and it becomes a little clunky. And the residents don't care if the memo wasn't read, wasn't responded to, didn't agree, whatever. They just want to make sure that there's a seamless transition. And that's what I'm hoping for today. So with like that, I'd like to make a motion to table the item so the county, the courts, and the town of Queen Creek continue working collaboratively towards a responsible operation and reimbursement plan and come back to this board with a responsible path forward.
Thank you. We still have persons.
One more speaker.
And additionally, there are still questions from board members.
Yes, ma'am. Should I call a question?
You haven't received a second, so it's
Thank
not
you,
a
ma'am.
motion yet. Mr. Gardner, a couple of follow-up questions. Is your mayor and council now aware of this issue?
Madam Chair and supervisors, they were aware that we were negotiating this IGA for a possible extension. They will be aware tonight about where we're at currently with the courts.
And respectfully, I'm trying to figure out how long have they understood or known that this is ongoing or that this has become an issue due to the costs?
Madam Chair and supervisors, they do not know the gravity of what the courts is wanting to do in relation to today until they hear it tonight.
And respectfully, sir, you mentioned it was 65 cases. We're talking thousands or maybe hundreds of cases in a year, so this is a very small percent. It's less than 5%.
Yeah, Madam Chair, supervisors, in regards to the cases,
it's just the cancellation of the, that's all we're considering today.
Correct.
So I just wanted to make sure you understood.
Yeah, Madam Chair, supervisors, in our meeting yesterday, the presiding judge made it clear that it's greater than the IGA itself, that there needs to be this discussion about the cases as a whole.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry to keep putting you on the spot.
No,
but you're the town manager.
I am.
That's a hard job.
Thank you.
Last question, I think. Did your police chief advise the town council in an open meeting that they could continue to access Maricopa County courts and jails free of charge?
Madam Chair and supervisors, that was a presentation that he conducted in regards to the decisions that was made regarding juveniles and where those cases need to be sent. As part of that discussion, the current process that we have with Maricopa County is that we do not pay for jails, and that we can send the cases to the Maricopa County courts. So that's a true statement. That's where we're at right now.
So I think I heard you say yes.
Yes.
Okay, I just, I have the clip, but I wanted to make sure I understood it. So, thank you. Questions, comments?
I just have one.
Supervisor Galvin.
Madam Chair, thank you. Judge Driggs, and if Mr. Gardner disagrees with your answer, I'm going to ask him to also weigh in. But if the IGA is terminated today with a 30-day notice, but then the two parties go back to the negotiating table to speak with each other, is the negotiating window just the next 30 days or through October?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Galvin. It's on, sorry, I'll just get closer. I don't think the 30 days even start today. We have to certify mail our 30-day notice to them. So we could extend that. So I don't think changing anything today will change that, because we can decide when to deliver that 30-day notice.
Okay, and Madam Chair, what I'm getting at is, let's say the negotiations become protracted and it takes a while, longer than 30 days if it's terminated today. But it seems like the agreement is in effect through October. So what I'm asking is, could you ostensibly be negotiating with them through October in case negotiations get drawn out?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Galvin, I believe we could do that.
Okay,
we could do what works for everyone.
And Madam Chair, Mr. Gardner, do you
Yes.
see it the same way?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Galvin, if I do, yes, thank you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments? Supervisor Gallardo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm just going to express my frustration. And I at least in my supervisor district, I have 8 cities and towns that touch District 5, and I work real closely. I try my best work real closely with all 8 of my municipalities and towns. And I really do believe in partnerships and how can we try to work together and so on. And just put it in real perspective, this is where it really irks me, is the fact that I have a town, Gila Bend, annual budget of roughly $30 million. I have a town of Guadalupe, annual budget of $6 million. $6 million. And they pay for a magistrate. They pay for a judge. And yet I have a town, and I'm not familiar with the other cities and towns. I only focus on District 5, but I come to find out we have a municipality that has an annual budget of $840 million. Yet that cost is passed over to the taxpayers. Yet I have a town just down the street that struggles every day just to keep the lights on. And they're able to pay for a magistrate. See how unfair this is? And these are great towns with great people that just work very hard just to keep the doors open. And it irks me when I see a municipality with such a large budget take advantage of the taxpayers in Maricopa County. It just frustrates me. I just want to put that on the record.
Duly noted. We have a speaker, please.
Madam Chair, yes, Lori Baroni wishes to speak on this item number 75.
And thank you, Mr. Gardner.
Wow, well, that was quite the presentation. So the actual statute or the agenda states that due to increasing judicial productivity points, limited resources, and lack of adequate reimbursement from the town of Queen Creek for services rendered, you want to reject the town of Queen Creek's letter extending the term of the IGA. And additionally, approve and execute early termination of the IGA with the town of Queen Creek for court services effective 30 days from the last certified mailing receipt or personal delivery to the town and its attorney. Early termination for convenience with 30 days of notice. The original term of the IGA expires in October 20th of 2026. So I guess what I'd like to know is, for the record, this item states that the matter was previously heard in executive session on May 4th. The item also references increasing judicial productivity points, limited resources, and reimbursement concerns. My questions are, What specific resource limitations led to this proposed early termination? And were any alternative solutions discussed before moving forward toward ending the agreement with the town of Queen Creek? I'd appreciate those questions being answered on the record, please.
Thank you for your questions. Those items were discussed, but they were discussed within executive session, and therefore they are privileged, not public. Thank you.
Of course they are.
Madam Chair, could I just comment? I think we just discussed it here.
Yeah, this is true. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's exactly what I was going to say. I think you already answered that, but if you want to answer it again, that would be great. Like, when did you start? I think you said that you started last summer looking at this, and in August you sent over a proposal to the town of Queen Creek, and they rejected it. And
that's public.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Lesko, yes, and you know, if people don't respond until it becomes imminent, I mean, that's not our fault. We tried to reach out to everyone that we could, that there were issues here, and like I said, the scope of our IGA is giving an inch to, we're covering like an inch of services, but they've taken a whole mile of services with that one little inch because the way they've interpreted the statute. When the statute says that they shall build a municipal court, and then it says in lieu of building a municipal court, you can enter into an intergovernmental agreement with another court, but we don't see that as them citing everything that is within the city limits. And so that's why this became a big concern to us, and we no longer want to support our little inch of services when they're using it to provide a mile of services.
Thank you. Closing comments, and then we will introduce a motion, but and I usually let everybody go first. I'm going to go first. I would like a clean, clear baseline. Let's start from zero. I'm assuming there may be an IGA involved that would capture the entire arrangement or the entire array of services that are being accessed from Maricopa County. And I think while this may be symbolic, that's all it is. This IGA is less than 5%, 2% of the cases that come before our courts from the town of Cave Creek. Queen Creek, sorry, wrong district. From the town of Queen Creek. We need to reset that. And I am very concerned that they are adopting their budget tonight, that the only year I heard where this might actually fulfill, where they might stand up the third leg of their stool. You have city council, you have police, you need courts. That's going to come in 2032. We need to have that discussion more quickly because, to Mr. Gallardo's point, it's truly not, it's not fair. So clean baseline, start. Really, really glad that we are all talking. And as a point of personal privilege, I will refrain from talking about the bus that went by that I just got thrown under by you, Mr. Stewart. And we will proceed to a motion.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind, if I can address that, please, since you did actually bring it up.
No. We spoke about it yesterday. Let's continue the business of the county. But it is so noted that that happened. Please.
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask you to reconsider.
No. Let's proceed to a motion. Vice Chair.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we approve item number 75.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? We will.
Madam Chair. And again, I just want to once again reiterate, and then this really, it just irks me to be able to say, I got a town of Guadalupe, who can't even afford a fire department. They can't even afford law enforcement, but they do pay for a magistrate. That's what irks me. $6 million versus $840 million. The people in the town of Guadalupe who struggle every day to keep the lights on are subsidizing what's going on in Queen Creek. This is what frustrates me. Town of Gila Bend, similar situation, $30 million or so annual budget. They do pay for a judge, yet they struggle all the time just trying to pay for half a deputy with the volunteer fire department. These are the towns that do it right. They struggle every day, but they're doing it right. They pay their bills. We need other municipalities throughout Maricopa County to pay their own bills.
And I do vote aye. Supervisor Lesko, comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand Supervisor Stewart's request to postpone this, but to me, the facts are kind of clear that this started last summer. I mean, if the Justice Court sent a letter to the town of Queen Creek, said, okay, we have these problems, this is our proposal, you pay for one clerk $65,000, then the town of Queen Creek rejected it. From what I heard today, there was also discussion, I don't know if it's over the phone or whatever, with not only them, but actually the supervisor's office. And so I think it's, you know, as you said, Judge Driggs, it's not your fault that they waited till the last minute. And so I'm going to support this motion.
And how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Mr. Galvin?
I'm sorry, did they call roll?
We kind of are.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it was a long morning.
I vote aye in the motion.
Mr. Stewart?
Madam Chair, thank you. So to address some of the points that have come up today, this is obviously an inopportune time to go through this, right? I'm sorry that you're having to do this. I'm sorry that the town of Queen Creek is here having to do this, hence why I asked several times for this to be postponed so we could work it out. Fortunately, we were able to have a meeting yesterday. I think Queen Creek understands what their responsibilities are. And Steve, you know, I get what you're saying, right? The fairness is a big issue. They were working under an IGA that they thought was fair based on what was approved by a previous board and what was approved by their town council at the time. We moved to a different era, right? With everything moving, a lot of moving parts, and they're trying to get up to speed. Unfortunately, some of that communication fell through the cracks. My office, from what I understand, was reached out to last Friday. We had a meeting, and we're trying to get this thing forward. So the only thing that I wanted to ask here, it's not about paying. Everybody wants everybody to pay their fair share, which I told you guys that I'm 100% in support of that. What I was trying to do is avoid this, Madam Chair, avoid this public spectacle of berating a town, from having our judges show up here. This could have been done quietly, where they could have solved this issue together at a table and brought us a proposal with a refined IGA that would have solved for this issue, and they would have been able to recover some of their costs. You know, based on that, in principle, I agree with my supervisors. They should pay, Queen Creek should be paying. They're prepared to do that and prepared to set up their own municipal court. This just was sprung on us at the last minute. I do have a question before I vote.
I'm sorry, there's a motion.
You're right, yes ma'am. I will go ahead and vote no. Thank you.
And to close, I hope this jumpstarts serious negotiations about the entire cost that the county is underwriting in relation to courts and jails. And thank you very, very much, Mr. Town Manager, for coming to speak. I vote aye. Okay, Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, I have recorded 4 ayes and 1 no.
Thank you. We will now proceed to items 76 and 77. Do we have any speakers?
Madam Chair, yes, I do have 1 speaker form.
Please.
Lori Baroni wishes to speak on item number 77.
Thank you, ladies. Okay. Ms. Baroni, please come forward.
Number 777, it says regarding initiating litigation regarding environmental health codes, Arizona Administrative Code, and Arizona Revised Statute violations at North Cave Creek Road. To authorize the Maricopa County Attorney to pursue litigation to enforce environmental health code, Arizona Administrative Code, and Arizona Revised Statute violations against the property located at 17602 North Cave Creek Road. And obtain a judgment for civil penalties and injunctive relief. This matter was heard in executive session again on May 4th. Surprise, surprise. At the April 22nd board meeting, the public observed significant discussion involving legal authority, stays, appeals, and litigation strategy regarding the recorder matter. Now again, we see another litigation-related item following executive session review.
Item number 77.
My questions are as follows. What standards are used to determine when litigation matters receive extensive public discussion versus primarily executive session handling? You guys do a lot of that behind the scenes stuff to keep it out of the public's eye, and that's not okay. Shame on y'all. And how does the board address growing public concerns regarding transparency surrounding major legal decisions? I'd appreciate those questions being answered for the record.
Thank you, Mrs. Baroni. You may be seated.
I'm still waiting for my answer, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Baroni.
I have 20 seconds, ma'am. It's my time.
Your time is over. Please have a seat. We will now proceed to action. Items 76 and 77. Madam Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve items 76 and 77.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Hearing no further discussion, we will proceed to a vote. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We now recess as the Board of Supervisors and convene as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Madam Chair, yes, I do have speakers. 2 speakers wish to speak on item number 78, and 2 speakers wish to speak on item 79. First up on item number 78, Roger Mabe, followed by Leslie Shepard.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Roger Mabe. Please allow me to complete my allotted time without interruption. This item refers historic flooding affecting the surrounding areas. My questions are 2. First, has the county evaluated whether current infrastructure planning in the surrounding area is sufficient to address future flood risks? And 2, how does the board ensure long-term mitigation projects remain transparent and publicly trackable when timelines continue to be extended? I would appreciate these questions being answered on the record.
Madam Chair.
Please.
This question involves District 2. I appreciate the question. I was wondering if the county manager could weigh in on what we do with flood control for towns like Fountain Hills. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paul Boffman is here from the Flood Control District. I invite Paul to come up and answer those questions.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Madam Chair, Brophy McGee, Supervisors. My name is Paul Boffman. I'm the Chief Engineer General Manager for Flood Control. The first question, I believe, is were we evaluating the infrastructure, and is our planning sufficient? I mean, we've been working on a floodplain management plan for several months now. We'll plan on bringing that to the board for approval here shortly, and the answer is yes, we do evaluate our current infrastructure, and we do plan for what we need to be sufficient to deal with planning and flood control. As far as timelines, yes, this particular project is part of the Small Project Assistance Program. That's where the Flood Control District partners with various jurisdictions throughout Maricopa County to assist them in dealing with their particular flood control needs. This has to do with a dam and a trash rack on that dam. Anytime we're dealing with dams in the state of Arizona, we're working with the Arizona Department of Water Resources and their dam safety group. They're very conservative considering the potential challenges that we have with dams when they have problems, and so there's a thorough review process involved, and part of that review process is a challenge for small municipalities that don't have a tremendous amount of staffing with specialization in this particular area.
Madam Chair, I asked that flood control stay here because I believe there's another public commenter.
I was going to tell them to stay put.
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
Next speaker on item 78, Leslie Shepard.
Hello. Decorum. No disparaging comments. I did notice it. Okay, agenda item number 78, Golden Eagle Park Dam Debris Mitigation Project. I did hear the gentleman give some good information. I don't know that it answered my question, which is what specific factors caused the project extension request? And then the other question is, and will the public be provided updated timelines and progress reporting regarding how the project funds are being utilized during the additional extension of that period? Extension period. Those are my two questions. And I did notice that you were disparaging one of your members up there and you mistreated him, and I observed
Thank you.
that.
You may be seated. Mr. Boffman.
Thank you, Chair Brophy McGee, Supervisors. So the questions were what factors caused the extension request, again, design challenges and regulatory reviews with the Arizona Department of Water Resources. And the project is going to be funded, again, 75% from Flood Control District for $90,750 and $30,250 coming from the town of Fountain Hills. And these funds are expended as the town is able to work through the project management process. The flood control does not manage this project. We approved the project for funding based on it qualifying and meeting the criteria of the Small Project Assistance Program.
Madam Chair, if I may add,
Please.
to clarify, I believe Fountain Hills is the lead on this project, so they are managing the project.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, final question for staff. Thank you so much for providing those answers. Fountain Hills is in my district. It's important to me to make sure that cities and towns are taken care of and in communication always with staff. Do you and Flood Control have a good relationship with Fountain Hills, and are you able to provide them everything that they need?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you. One of the things when I first became a supervisor, I met with the mayor at the time, and something that struck me was that she brought up flood control as a major issue. So I learned a lot of how important it is that flood control is an important issue for the Fountain Hills mayor and council. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Please stay put. We have two speakers, you said, Madam Clerk, on item 79.
Madam Chair, that is correct. Two speakers on item number 79, Roger Mabe and Leslie Shepard.
Okay.
My name is Roger Mabe. Please allow me to complete my allotted time without interruption. This item authorizes the sale and transfer of flood district, control district property following a public auction. My question is, how does the county determine when flood control property is considered excess to the needs of the district? And two, where were any future flood mitigation or infrastructure considerations evaluated before authorizing the proposal of this parcel? I would appreciate these questions being answered on the record.
Thank you. Mr. Boffin.
Chair, yes, the county has a process, and I'll probably let Mr. Smith here go in because he's going to be more familiar with this than me.
Please state your name for the record, sir.
Alex Smith, Director of Real Estate. With respect,
Please.
Chair, members of the board, with respect to the first question, the property is evaluated and ran through an internal routing procedure with the district engineers to determine if it is still needed for flood control purposes. This particular property was purchased as part of the flood-prone property assistance program, so to remove a residential structure off of that property, and then real estate works with flood control district to put those back on the market via auction with deed restrictions in this instance that do not allow any habitable structure on the property.
Thank you. Stay put. Madam Clerk.
Leslie Shepherd.
Alex, again, that haircut is so nice on you. Okay, agenda item number 79. This item authorizes the chair to execute additional documents required to complete the transaction without further board action. So my question is, what limitations exist on the authority delegated through this approval? And will all final transfer related documents remain publicly accessible once executed? And just a quick, I just want to clarify, earlier you had said that something was done in executive order, executive session, Kate Brophy-McGee, and then other people said, oh, that was said, and then they talked more. So I wasn't sure, were you confused about that one? With when Ms. Baroni said that, and you said that it was brought up in executive session when she was speaking, and then the speakers down there said, oh, it was already covered?
That pertains to a different item.
Yeah, but were you confused during that time? Because you said it on record that it was
Excuse me,
executive
you are
session.
out of order.
Okay, I asked
Is
you
that-
questions. Can you ask them, please? Answer them, please?
Thank you. 79 only, I know.
Chair, members of the board.
Please.
The documents associated with the transaction include a purchase agreement and an example deed that are part of the board package. Those will go to an escrow officer. Once the transaction closes, the deed will be recorded and publicly available.
Thank you. Stay put, but I think we're good, assuming no questions from board members. Okay, the board will now consider items 78 and 79. Is there a motion, Madam Vice Chair?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve items 78 and 79.
Is there a second, please?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Hearing no further discussion, we will proceed to a vote. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We will adjourn as the Flood Control District Board of Directors and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors. Thank you, gentlemen. Item 80, public comment. Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, yes, we do have 14 speaker forms for request to speak today. Thank you. First up, first speaker, Paul Singh, followed by Diane Barker, and then Richard Scott. Paul Singh. I will call the next speaker, Diane Barker.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. I'm Diane Barker in District 5, and I do share concern about the air quality, as my supervisor was mentioning. In general, I do go to MAG meetings, and I find there's really a dichotomy in this valley. We get last week, Arizona Republic, full page, front page, talking about the F in the environment, and we're in even your records show, Madam Chair, that Maricopa County has shown high ozone, and we have days where you are promoted to clean up the environment, share the environment. It'll help your pocketbook, it will help your health. And when we have a big body that the federal government has designated to be on not only our transportation, but many other different departments for public comment, my general concern is the people talk and they don't do the walk. And you can look into your own lives and see if you're modeling the things that you say when we have high pollution and the ongoing ozone. It's ridiculous. And there are many things I do support the president about, but this releasing of the standards for the serious ozone, and they blame it all on wildfires, Pollution International from Mexico and China, and only 20% on Maricopa County. You go figure.
Madam Clerk.
Richard Scott, Noah James Markham, Tony Avalos.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Hello, my name is Richard Scott. I'm a retired Marine, and I live in unincorporated Litchfield Park. I'm here today to raise an ordinance issue, not seeking individual complaint resolution. For several months, I've experienced chronic noise disturbance from neighboring properties housing multiple dogs. Maricopa County Planning and Development Inspector visited the site and documented that there were multiple dogs, 6, barking simultaneously when he arrived. The county confirmed that no dogs are registered to this address. Under ARS 11-1009, 6 dogs constitute a kennel. Because these dogs are unlicensed, this property does not qualify for legal exemption. On paper, it's a violation, but in practice, nothing can be enforced. When I seek action, the planning division tells me that they cannot enforce it because the activity is not commercial. Animal Care and Control tells me that it has no authority because Ordinance P6 contains no penalty or corrective enforcement mechanisms. The result is a situation where the county acknowledges the violation but admits it has no legal effect to stop it. This is not an isolated complaint, this is a regulatory failure. At this time, I'd like to play a brief audio to tell you what I hear daily and my neighbors. That's just a short snippet. If ordinances function only as mediation tools but no path for enforcement, they are not laws, they are suggestions. I respectfully ask the board to direct a review of Ordinance P6 and interact with ARS 11-1009 to address this enforcement gap in the policy. The current framework creates a repeatable enforcement failure that affects residents throughout the county. I have multiple neighbors here to also attest to the same statements. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk.
Noah James Markham, Tony Avalos, Rohith Chandrasekhar.
Aloha, Chair Katie, and to the rest of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Noah James Markham, but I would like to talk about Mark Stewart. Why are you protecting Justin Heap? You're not taking care of the residents in Tempe. Trump and his administration take the ballots. Why didn't Justin Heap stop that from the 2020 election? I don't understand that. We know who won. The president of the United States, my favorite president, Joe Biden, born with a stutter his whole life. I think we don't understand people with disabilities still after this president, so we need more attention. Another issue is your sheriffs. If they don't have body cameras, then please invest in them. Also, we need to know how to cooperate with people with disabilities. I guess people don't understand there's different kinds. Santan Valley is a big problem. Y'all, have y'all looked into that Preston Lord case? It's an interesting case, and I'm not a fan of Preston Lord's clan. Preston Lord accusers, it's not their fault, it's the police and parents' fault. Sheriffs, you need to pull over more people. We need more security about speed. Also, we need to build that light rail in Chandler, Gilbert, Apache Junction, Queen Creek, and Santan Valley, and Pinal. I love the Lord as a Democrat, so just want to let you know. And there's Democrats that love the Lord too, but we are nicer than the Republicans. Mahalo.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Tony Avalos, Rohith Chandrasekhar, Veronica Corcoran.
Welcome.
Chair, esteemed members of the board. My name is Tony Avalos, and I'm here to speak regarding the lawsuit that is continuing on with respect to the election and the responsibilities by Recorder Heap and with the Board of Supervisors. First of all, we applaud the Board of Supervisors for filing a stay. Okay, that was the first thing. And it's for the reasons that hopefully the parties will be able to come to, go back to the negotiating table and come to terms, okay, aside from the litigation. The first thing that I'd like to bring up with this is the fact that if any message can get to Judge Blaney regarding expediting his decision on that, on the stay, it is the linchpin by which decisions will be made right in the middle of this election year. Secondly, we request that Recorder Heap come to the negotiating table and negotiate with all sincerity. And the same comment is made to the Board of Supervisors. You know, this isn't something that we are hoping that partisan agendas can be put aside, those agendas that started back in February of 2025, all for the good of the voters from that perspective. Even if a decision is being made, and even if an agreement is reached that is a temporary, transitional type agreement, it is progress that we're looking for, and I am as a concerned voter. Thirdly and finally, given the Board of Supervisors is waiting on the actual stay, if that stay is not granted, we urge the Board of Supervisors to formally file an appeal. And for the reason that formal filing of an appeal, once again, from a voter's perspective, let's get the parties back to the table.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Rohith Chandrasekhar, Veronica Corcoran, Roger Mabe.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Rohith Chandrasekhar. We meet today exactly a week after the Voting Rights Act was effectively shredded in a disastrous Supreme Court ruling. It's under these conditions that I implore you to protect our Maricopa elections against the actions of County Recorder Justin Heap. The decisions made by a county recorder regarding voting center placement, access, election infrastructure will dictate whether communities can participate in our elections freely or face barriers that will severely impact historically disenfranchised groups. County Recorder Justin Heap has failed to approach his role in good faith, undermining oversight as he advances dangerous initiatives that undermine the ballot access and the very independence of our state-administered elections. Now, after the effective dismantling of the Voting Rights Act, targeted attempts to restrict ballot access cannot be addressed at the federal level. The Voting Rights Act was a product of a history that is not distant. It is one of Black Americans who were arrested, beaten, and even killed as they fought for their access to the ballot, showing us exactly why these protections need to exist at all levels. Yet now we stand in a time where once again bigoted efforts to limit access to the ballot can hide behind fake, false notions of neutrality and go unchallenged. So in times of eroding protections, we turn to you to protect our elections and guarantee accessible and fair elections in Maricopa County. This goes beyond legal compliance. At its heart, we're asking whether you will protect equitable access to the ballot, or whether our voting rights will continue to erode from the Supreme Court all the way down to this board. I thank you sincerely for your time.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk.
Veronica Corcoran, Roger Mabe, Leslie Shepard.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Veronica Corcoran. When it comes to election integrity, I get really disturbed to hear about people talking that we don't have any rights. I sent an email out to you guys with a specific question, what happened on February 2021, and I did not receive that reply back. I would love to give that email to all of you here, whoever would like to know what happened and why this person is still working at this department, because I do believe we need to go back to hand count and small precinct voting. It's just how we did it in the past. We are disparaging human life. Human life become a technology. No, we are a data. We are a real data, and we need to give person opportunity to vote. Like in some countries, they mark the finger so that somebody cannot vote twice. In New York election, somebody voted 6 times for Mandami, and they were bragging on this online. We are a joke when it comes to our election integrity. And thank you, Mr. Stewart, the other day. You said no when everybody said yes, because this shows that we still have a critical thinking among you. And I just want to warn you, I heard that you had a huge respect for President of ASU, Michael Crow. Let me give you the information. It's factual truth. This gentleman is not who he said he was. He came straight from Columbia University, just like Barack Obama, which is Barry Soetoro, his original name, by the way, for the record. Came to Arizona to destroy Arizona. The first thing he did, he went to PBS station and fired all the conservatives. He's not Republican. He's not our friend. We need to be careful who we trust. They are hiding behind the names. I please ask you, support people, not uniparty, not politicians.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Roger Mabe, Leslie Shepherd, Lori Baroni.
My name is Roger Mabe. Please allow me to complete my allotted time without interruption. Maricopa County is the largest county in Arizona, yet many residents continue requesting meaningful webinar participation and remote access accommodations comparable to what other counties already provide. Residents have repeatedly experienced limited speaking time, interruptions during comments, and barriers to participation for those unable to attend in person. Public participation should not depend primarily on physical attendance when technology already exists to provide broader access. I respectfully request continued review of the webinar accessibility and the public participation policies so that residents across the county can more fully engage in county government. As I've stated before many, many times, I drive an hour and a half each way. That's 3 hours round trip because I'm constantly denied to speak on the webinar. Here's your form. It's the latest denial to use the webinar. Please keep in your discussions my request to move this public meeting to evenings or Saturday morning. Moving the meeting would serve your constituents better. Also in that public meeting, please prioritize people before pets. And I also witnessed your disparaging remarks, Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Leslie Shepherd, Lori Baroni, and April Butler.
Hello. I'm going to say a couple words. Camera framing obscures the speaker. I've noticed that you only view all speakers from behind from now on, so I'm just putting that on record. Page 209 of This Book is Gay. Again, you've already heard me say I don't really care about people's sexual preference, but I do care about the fact that you're allowing our tax dollars to allow things that are against the law to be in the minor section. I'm going to read with you page 209. Now these, again, this is books for children. It even talks boy on boy, girl on girl. They're using even minor names in this book. It says right here, it says oral. This is for our children to read. You know those children that took the pictures up here today? Keep that in mind when I'm reading this. It said the clitoris really does like being licked and kissed. Again, girls can take it in turns to perform oral sex, or if feeling adventurous, they can perform it at the same time. Okay, and here it talks about toys and strap-ons. I think about those children with that incredible calendar that was put together. That was in a beautiful calendar. I'm grateful to have it. This is for them to read. It says toys and strap-ons. Some women like these, some don't. Much has been written about why gay women would seek to play with a replacement penis, but I say, who the heck cares? If it feels nice, go for it. Moreover, a man is more than a penis. Just because a woman wants something a bit penis-shaped doesn't mean she fancies broad-shouldered, broody, no-boobed men. Think of those children. Think of these books, Fountain Hills Library, Minors Department. Shame on you guys.
Madam Chair. Madam Clerk.
Lori Baroni, April Butler, Albert Rivera.
All right, so yeah, shame on y'all. You still not done anything about these books. It's disgusting. First, let's stop wasting our tax dollars on this mess with Recorder Heap. Or start paying your own legal fees. How about that? I don't want my taxpayer dollars being used for this garbage. You guys are criminals. Approximately 79% of this board agenda was placed within the consent agenda, including more than $55 million in identified financial commitments approved through a single motion without any individual public discussion. The consent agenda. Again, more disgusting things that y'all are doing, wasting our money. Residents reviewing the agenda saw multi-million-dollar contracts, engineering agreements, staffing contracts, and operational expenditures grouped together in a way that prevented individual public comment before approval. My concern is whether the public is truly being given meaningful participation when the majority of the significant financial decisions are handled through bulk approval structures. I respectfully ask the board how high impact financial items are placed within future agendas. Also, to those who want election integrity, this board is the wrong place to get that from. They've allowed our elections to become what they are, fraudulent selections, and God help y'all.
Madam Clerk.
April Butler. Albert Rivera, Vivian Serafin, and Juan Mendez.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Albert Rivera. Chairwoman and esteemed members of the board, it's good to see you guys again. I've come to these meetings before, discussing other subjects, but I'm still going to talk about voter integrity. Ever since I started voting 3 years ago, and I'm 21 now, ever since I started voting 3 years ago, I have always, and I mean always, trusted our elections, always. And I'm sure all you guys know about the recent Supreme Court decision, which is absolutely despicable to the core. And what really disgusts me is that what the Supreme Court did, it seems like we've just gone back like about 100 years back from now. 100 years back. And all the people that are being discriminated against in the southern United States, that's also going to be happening in Arizona before we know it. Especially Maricopa County. And Justin Heap was the current county recorder. And let me just be very clear with you, Supervisor Stewart. We agree to disagree. We completely agree to disagree. However, Justin Heap only cares about these three things. Number one, his alliance with the current disgraced Senate President Warren Peterson, following the MAGA agenda, and about power. And I said this to Wendy Rogers not too long ago. This is all about following the Trump agenda. And so you know what? I trust the Board of Supervisors in this regard. You guys are our last line of defense. Seriously, you guys are our last line of defense, and we trust you. And I trust you that you guys will be protecting our elections, and I look forward to working with all of you guys. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and you guys have a wonderful and blessed day. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Last two speakers, Vivian Serafin and Juan Mendez.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Vivian Serafin, and I am here today to ask that the board challenges the court decision that gave County Recorder Justin Heap powers that will silence many. As a daughter of immigrants turned naturalized citizens, I deeply understand the importance of making my voice heard. I want to be very clear about something up front. My goal is not to advantage one party or one group over another. Everyone deserves access to the ballot because a free, secure, and accessible election is the foundation of our democracy. Without it, this country loses its core principle. The eroding of the Voting Rights Act has changed the reality we're operating in. For decades, that law protected communities of Black and brown people from being pushed out of the political process. Before its creation, Black Americans were beaten, jailed, attacked, and killed for demanding access to the ballot. That history is not distant, and I fear we are on that trajectory today. And now, just before the primaries, Justin Heap is intentionally creating confusion and friction within our historically secure system. With fewer federal safeguards in place, decisions made at the local level matter more than ever. This moment is about more than technical compliance or administrative efficiency. It's about whether our elected officials will allow every eligible voter in Maricopa County to practice their civic duty or silently erase them off the map. Voting is how the everyday people of this country do not go forgotten, so I'm asking this board to act as guardians of that principle. Be relentless in your endeavors to seek an immediate stay and appeal the court's decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Juan Mendez.
Welcome, Senator. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Juan Mendez from Tempe. I'm here again, this time to commend the board for your April 24th vote to seek a stay and an appeal from the recent court ruling. In a time of immense political pressure, you chose the stability of our democracy over the chaos of a mid-election cycle power grab. Thank you to those who chose to rise to the occasion. In community organizing, we focus a lot on the human infrastructure, right? That trust that keeps our community whole. By appealing this decision, you are protecting that trust. You are signaling to 2.6 million Maricopa voters that their private data, their home addresses, and party affiliations are not a bargaining chip for partisan fishing expeditions. We've all seen the VoteBeat reports. If you haven't, you should subscribe to VoteBeat. We all know HEAP's intent behind these requests for full cooperation with federal agencies. This isn't about administrative efficiency. It's about ensuring our local election data isn't weaponized against the very people it's meant to serve. Again, we are months away from a primary, right? Attempting to dismantle and migrate dozens of critical servers and an entire IT infrastructure right now isn't just a legal debate, it's administrative malpractice. By fighting this ruling, you are protecting the technical integrity of our July and November elections. You are preventing the kind of operational failure that leads to real disenfranchisement. But we all know the road ahead will be loud. You will face pressure to settle, to back down, or to move on for the sake of optics. Those who put party over politics, over democracy, will call you traitors. We are here to tell you, do not move on. Stay strong in this appeal. Continue to be the watchdogs that our community needs, and the people that you were elected to be. The community we represent are watching, and we will stand with those who stand for secure, independent democracy. So thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, does that include public participation?
Madam Chair, there are no other speaker forms.
Thank you. We will proceed to Supervisor summary of current events, starting with Madam County Manager.
Nothing today, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And Supervisor Galvin has relayed that he does not have any comments. Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick, I want to thank everybody that put together the Silicon Oasis Summit that I attended here recently. I think Phoenix and the Arizona market is well on its way to being a top 5 technology hub in the United States, and that group is doing a phenomenal job at moving that forward. Excuse me. Also, want to thank everybody that put together the Arizona Prayer Breakfast. I do sit on that committee, and it was a wonderful morning, shared in faith and in unity about the goals for the state and just moving forward with faith in our heart. My staff attended the Peoria State of the City. Mayor Jason Beck, congratulations to you. You're doing some incredible work along with your council and city staff and that community and moving us into that technology top 5 here quickly. And then I also wanted to share that, I want to congratulate the Basha High School band for winning first place for the 6th year straight at the WGAZ Scholastic Open Championship. They are the best drum line in the state, so go Bears. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Gallardo.
Madam Chair, just real quickly, just happy Mother's Day to all our mothers out there. I know this is the fun time to be with family and really celebrate all the mothers out there through not only here at our home at the county, but throughout the state, and all the mothers that just do wonderful stuff for us. So just a big happy Mother's Day coming up this Sunday.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the mayor of Litchfield Park for hosting the West Valley Mayors. I was able to go to that, and it was a great event, as always. Also, I want to thank the Maricopa County Human Services Department. They asked me to speak at the Exceptional Work Summit at ASU West in Glendale. And the whole focus was on hiring people that are on the autism spectrum. And it was very interesting and good work to our county staff. I also want to thank Sheriff Sheraton. He had a community meeting over in Youngtown, which is in my district, and there was people from the community that got to ask questions, and so it was a great event. And I was able to go to the El Mirage Library ribbon cutting ceremony with Mayor Hermosillo from the city of El Mirage, and the county helped to get federal grant money so that they could have this outdoor education center connected to their library. And then I also had fun with a bunch of police officers in our sheriff's department at Coffee with the Cop over in Surprise. So it's been a good few weeks, and I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I have met with so many staff members here in the county, including some appreciation visits and tours to some wonderful departments. So I wanted to thank all the county employees that I've had the privilege of meeting, just even this past month. I want to thank the Valley Partnership, the Greater Phoenix Leadership. I want to thank Councilwoman Deb Stark and Ann O'Brien and the Cactus Park, Desert Horizon, and Black Mountain Police Precincts for the opportunity to speak at their event. I wanted to thank Salt River Project for a conversation, a really interesting conversation. It was fireside, even though it's getting warm outside, but it was really fun. And thanks again to Mike Broomhead, KTAR, for the opportunity to interview. And I want to thank you all, whoever's left, with thanks and appreciation for sticking around. And there being no further business before the board, we are adjourned.